started. Nobody. Okay. Where did this thing go? All right. So, if you got an opportunity to look at the trade view today, you definitely shouldn't be short, right? We talked about how we really only wanted to get short if we had opened below this Fed move, which we didn't. And we actually talked about how the 72 to 70 was a buying opportunity. So if you did get long here, you should be doing pretty decent. Ben, what's up, man? We can see yesterday close was here, the 200 SMA was here, so we just barely closed above it, leaving a little bit of single prints. We left single prints in that exact same spot today. You can see we were having this upper distribution. Overnight inventory was pretty much 100% long. I would just say 100% long, maybe 90, 90, 10, nothing crazy. We get that open, which was here. They start to do a little bit of a correction. We get that opportunity to buy. The market hung out for a second, and then this volume node, if you guys were watching when it happened, this volume node pops out, price hangs out for a second, and then bumps up. And there was your opportunity to jump in. We saw the buyers start to pour in. Even though we did leave a weak reference on the low, we know at this stage, right, that weak references aren't always taken out instantly, and they take I mean, sometimes they get left behind, right? Um, so we're not just getting short at the lows. It's just not something we're going to do because we're sticking to our trade plan. Our trade plan was to buy the 72 to 70. And the reason being is because we have this point of control here from the previous day, all the volume, and then you can see a very prominent point of control underneath. And that's why I was, fairly confident this morning when buying this area. I actually got in at 72, took a little bit of heat, and then ended up taking a ride up. I closed my last trade at 99.75 and 501 quarter was my last uh trades from there. Um, so today we still haven't broken up out of the previous day's range. So technically, even though we do have some single prints, I imagine that these single prints are probably just caused because this is just crazy, right? I mean, if you've seen this, we've got what's this 9 TPOs in a row at the low pretty much until this one broke. So it's kind of crazy. I don't know when the last time I've seen something like this, and that's what this single print. There was probably just people shorting and someone just absorbing, and then the open came, they let it go, and were able to drag it back up after all of these shorts got out, right? And then what happened was if all of these people are short, right, that are stuck here, when it comes back to that level, the last little bit that they have left is where they're going to let it go, right? Because you figure overnight inventory is long because people are buying and price moved up, right? But you have to think about both sides of the trade too. So you have this short inventory, market opens up, they're happy. And as soon as it gets down a little bit, because they've been waiting for this to break all night, finally breaks down and they start just covering, buying, 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 right? And so everyone that was taking the inverse of these trades saw that opportunity and they started covering as well because they saw how fast, if you guys were watching, the tempo of this C period as it was coming up was actually pretty quick. And so they started covering, and then boom, that's what caused these single prints. So it's not surprising on where they're at being up at that upper level. And so today we have value. so far is overlapping, but it looks to be developing higher, right? We're getting two TPOs right here. We have value area high here, value area high here from the previous 2 days. And now the price is above and trying to establish. So as long as the longer price continues to stay up here, the better are the odds that we take that high and then fill these single prints being the target. I think today, honestly, that these buyers need to get up here to close the day, or at least before the day to take these guys out. If they're unable to do that by the end of the day, I think that the downside is going to come later in the day, or maybe sooner than later. I'm not sure, but I think the downside will come if they're not able to get that in there. The volume today, if we drag this over real quick. Again? Okay. So we can see the volume here, 600,000, right? So actually a little bit, it looks to be a little bit higher. I don't know what's going on with this thing. It's like connected to the mouse, but not connected to the mouse. And it looks like people are selling calls. Look at this, 50% of the volume on these options, even though it's a lot less than puts, it looks to be that people are selling calls. 50% of calls are traded at the bid. Right? So if you're trying to go long aggressively, where are you going to trade at? Are you going to trade on the bid or you trade on the ask? You're going to trade on the ask, right? If you're trying to get long, you're going to trade on the ask. But if you're trying to get short, you're going to trade on the bid. And so when we see a bunch of calls that are trading on the bid, you can just assume either someone's absorbing on the bid or a seller is moving down to sell these calls. So someone's getting short calls. And we can kind of see if we zoom in a little bit to this. Just look at today's expiry. I just want to see biggest price. The market started going back up. Okay. So here's probably the calls that we're looking at. These are bought, but look at all these sold calls. Here they are. So 45 put or calls being sold. These are all sold from, I mean, all within an hour from 8 to 6. That's a lot of calls. Okay. So we've discovered where that person is getting short at. So 445, 425, 430. So all those people he's selling calls. He's selling these 4520 calls. So 4520, 4545, 4530. He's selling all these calls up here. So all these dreamers that are buying these calls, and I'm just saying that facetiously, but like are buying these calls, and he's just like, yeah, sure, because we just had a bunch of momentum up, so the premium in those is going to go up. So that makes sense. There's actually a bunch of puts trading at the ask, which means people are buying puts as well. It looks like people are, I mean, it could be a hedge as well because, you know, the people use the ES to hedge a lot. You said trade on the bid if going short? Yes, right? Because if you think about it, when you have your bid and your ask, so here's the bid and then here's the ask. If something trades on the bid, a seller has to move down to trade it on the bid, right? It still could be a buyer buying it, right? Because it's a two-way auction. but the aggression is from the seller. The seller is moving down to sell the bid if something trades on the bid, right? And inversely, if something trades on the ask, a buyer has to move up. Still could be a seller, and that doesn't necessarily mean price is going to move that way. It's just showing who's making the first move, right? And we're seeing the market come down here now a little bit, which makes sense. And then pull this back over real quick so we can do a quick scan around the market. We can see Apple's red, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Tesla, Nvidia down 3.5%, right? And one thing that I really wasn't able to get my point across in the trade view, but we can look at it now, is oh, hang on, the market's going down a little bit. Watch this 90 level here, guys. There hasn't really been a ton of action. We saw these buyers try that initial impulse was off the 5, I think. This off of like the 5. Yeah, it was off of the 5. And then after that, you didn't really see there it was just pretty consistent buyers kind of all the way up, and mostly just short covering, to be honest. But there was also a tweet that I saw that said that Bitcoin, something with Bitcoin, Tesla, and Square Cash. That confuses you, Jamie? Okay, so let's yeah, the option, I mean, the options is confusing because you can like you can get a put, but you can be short a put. It's a complicated thing. Selling on the bid and buying on the ask thing. Yeah, I mean that's why I try to stay away from Delta, because it really doesn't matter like where it trades. It's just it's good to see if there is like an overwhelming, like right there was 50% traded. That's a pretty good amount that's traded. I think that's where there confuses the actual. Right. So let's here's the DOM right here, right? And it's actually it's called the depth of market, and it's actually like a legit tool. Like whoever owns this equation, is a genius. But so inside this we have all the bids, right? So this blue category here is all bids, people resting orders, right? We can see 151, 169. We're actually seeing a lot more volume lately than we have seen closer to the money than lately. And then over here in the red column, we have all the offers or all the ask prices, right? And then here is actual price, and you can see, I mean, it's moving a lot, but they are, you know, diagonal, right? And that's where that order flow chart comes from that a lot of people use. This is why they look at it diagonal, because seller moves down to here to sell this bid. And so let's say this guy's here, he's looking to buy some apples, and the seller is here, and this guy wants to buy like 119, let's say. It's about what it is, 119. Well, there's only 45 here, 66 here, 72 here, so he's going to eat in pretty much all of that. So if he wants to move up, not only does he have to buy these apples, he has to buy all the way through if he wants to fill all 150 lots, and that's going to take price 3 ticks up. So instead of just being patient and getting his average on 99 quarter, right? Because if he stays patient, he gets filled all of his lots on 99 quarter. Now his average is 99 quarter. So every tick up, he is in profit. But if he buys all of these apples here in order to satisfy his need for 144 apples, now his average is up here a little bit. And he showed a little bit of aggression, right? And that's kind of that's how the back and forth goes. Let me see what. Oh yeah, that's right. Unable to close. Okay, I see that pop. Even when I read it back, it kind of did look like I said that it closed below, but yeah. And it's on Ninja, it's tough. That's why I use Thinkorswim. And if you guys aren't using Thinkorswim and you're in the United States, like, free. And I got the template. I got the keys to the ignition, so hot and fresh out the kitchen. Okay, and so I tend not to show this because I don't want it to confuse a lot of people until you start to understand the volume like this, breaking it up into 2 columns and putting the ask volume here and the bid volume on the left is not going to help you, which is this right here. All right, it might seem helpful because you can see bigger chunks, but you can see the same thing here. And this is actually mathematically equated to be certain colors, right? We get our 90% volume in red. We have 80 or below 90 to 70% in white, and then everything else below that is in blue. And until you start to get that, it's not gonna having this not gonna help, which is why I try not to show it, but it could help you understand how the auction is going on, because you can see, and then even right here, these black numbers, or sometimes you see a negative number, those are orders that are moving up. It's called the pulling and stacking column. I actually just added it last night when I was messing around, so today's the first day I'm looking at it. I don't know how useful it is. I just kind of wanted to see it because I thought, there's a possibility today becomes a trend day if we get above this prior day high. But and I kind of wanted to watch the orders step up. This is kind of, I mean, the DOM is kind of like an art, right? You just like, you're not going to just get good at it by being on it for one day. It takes time to just stare at it and then watch it happen. But it honestly, like, if you're not understanding the volume here, it's not going to matter here. And like I said, I don't pay much attention to the delta, right? Whichever one forms, right? So if a seller moves down to sell the bid, that's negative delta. If a buyer moves up to buy the ask, that's a positive delta. But it doesn't matter because imagine this guy, right? He's got his 119 apples. Well, this guy's got 30, 40, 60. Maybe all these guys move down and they sell to this guy. Well, right below this guy is 160 orders. So you see all this negative delta, 119 negative delta. You're like, oh, these sellers are getting busy. But right below them, there's a 160 lot order and price still isn't moving down. So you end up paying attention to delta and you're like, oh shit, it's going to go down. It's going to go down. But you're not paying attention to developing value, which we have 2 TPOs developing here, which is higher, and single prints below. And you're not paying attention to, what do we use to measure volume, right? Success and failure. So you're not paying attention to the success or failure. You're just you just get focused on this red or green, and that's just, it's just not healthy. I got a Thinkorswim account, but just like any tool, if you don't know how to use it correctly, it'll actually be harmful. Right, but at least it can put you. So the thing that you can do with Thinkorswim is you can set up your watch list, or I mean you don't even have to set this one up. This is just the S&P 100, and then you just put the I just added market cap so I could see the biggest names, and it will literally put the biggest. It'll put the top 100 stocks in the S&P in order of market cap, and just measure it for us. Look what Procter Gamble's at, 160, boy. I'm so pumped. It was just such a good trade, good, like a solid market profile trade that just worked to perfection. Up another almost 1% today too. But I mean, it can give you that. What is Thinkorswim? It's Thinkorswim. It's just a trading platform, but it's for stocks and options. You can trade futures on it too. You can't trade commodities right now though because you can only close commodities. They won't let you open any like oil positions or anything like that on here, which is not great because that just lets you know. I mean, Thinkorswim's margin's already high as fuck, but it's it's weird that they're not letting you do stuff like that. No, think with a T. Morning, Bearish Bear. Thanks. Bearish Bull. Bearish Bear. Yeah. Thinkorswim. And then also look at the flex grid real quick. You can see overall pretty much everything except information technology is holding green, right? So all of our buying is coming back into the rest of the market and out of tech. And if we look over here at the Nasdaq too, you can see the Nasdaq is still red. It's down about 100 points comparatively to the ES being up 9 points and the Dow being up 11 points. Or this gold, where's the Dow at? The Dow being up 244 points, right? Because all the non-tech stocks that are in the S&P, right? The S&P is pretty spaced out, right? You do have this large cap, but if the rest of the market is able to do good, then the market's able to stay okay. I still think that this is not great. Apple's not down by 1%. It's just down about a 0.5%. Um, oh, no worries, Kevin. Yeah, we're here to catch you back up. Um, but if these names keep having bad days, and if we pull up FinViz, what I wanted to do before I got distracted, um, if we look at this thing year to date, like the one I sent out last night, you can see besides Apple and Tesla, a lot of these names are not looking great, right? Microsoft's down 10%, Google is down 5%, Amazon's down 5%, Nvidia's down 17%, Qualcomm 23%. I mean, just look at the names in this: 26, 20, 21, 24. And people are trying to say that the market's not going to go down. Well, it's like, well, where is it going to go up at? Because it's only getting held up by energy, and energy prices are not good for the economy. So eventually, this thing's going to roll over unless energy prices come down. So in order for the market to actually go up, to go up significantly, we're going to have to keep somehow getting these, money flowing into these energy sectors and tech. And lately we just haven't seen that. Lately it's been kind of a back and forth, and it's actually been kind of a divergence with with the rest of the market. We've seen the Nasdaq and the Dow early on be negatively correlated like they are right now, and then eventually towards the end of the day one of them becomes the winner, right? And so this is one of those key things where people try to play these divergences. um it's a Oh yeah, I can send it. Um and then one of them catches up, right? There's been a little divergence, and it just depends on how bad tech gets. And when we have names like Apple, Tesla's down 2% right now, Google's down 1%. You've got these huge weights of the market. It's it can start to get a little bit heavy, and then people start to be a little bit more cautious with their value positions. Bitcoin's going to be looking here for some opportunity as well to come back up to this weekly VWAP. With that Tesla news and the Square, I think it was Square. I can't remember if it was Square, but there'll be some opportunity here that you got a lot of stops just kind of lined up, and they don't look. You had that kind of look down to this excess held and then popped back up. So okay. Did I hear we were doing a group meditation? Yeah, we are. You don't have to participate in it if you don't want to, but Alex is going to lead us through a meditation. I think meditation is important. I like to meditate. Would you say drug companies and nuclear fallout supplies? What do you mean? Like the health? So most of that stuff is under the healthcare sector. Oh yeah, yeah, they are. Yeah. Well, it's some of them actually because um, like UNH has been kind of a decent winner. If we look at the year to date performance, you can see they're up like almost 7% on the year. You got Abivi, Lilly, um, you know, BMY, MRK. You've got some names, Amgen. You know, our healthcare sector is doing really well. Uh, which makes sense. What I'm really focused on is these banks. If financials don't start to play the game, we're coming down to a poor low here. If financials don't start to play the game of making money, then the market is not going to go up. Oh, double click. Yeah, it did. Thanks, Pop. I appreciate that. Nice. My dad's under $1,000 to get his funded, and then up 65 in his regular funded. Shit. I'm gonna have to teach my dad how to do YouTube and have him do some streams. That honestly, that's probably my dad's biggest advantage is that he was just a blank canvas. He hadn't done any, trading at all. He has experience betting. He's a pretty good sports bettor, especially for baseball, but he hadn't done anything with the market, and so it was really like a fresh slate. So I really just got to plug him in and download the information that I wanted to, and didn't have to worry about, unteaching him that nobody makes the first jump. And he didn't make the first jump either, guys. Nobody does. Not even Neil. So we're getting some good support here, kind of in this like 99 to 96 off that settle to that 4500. That will kind of be the key here. A dump below that settle probably take us back down to 87 will be the 200 SMA on that two. And this is the halfback from yesterday, so everybody knows today's half. Something that you'll see Jim Dalton do too sometimes is he'll mark the overnight halfback I haven't found it to be that useful for me. I think he tends to market when the overnight profile is really elongated. If not, he's just paying attention to these overnight prominent points of control. You can kind of see selling off of this E high and the C high or off of pretty prominent point from the overnight profile. So that kind of makes me think that these are weak levels. Still, we respect that D high excess, right? This is good excess. We did get some volume up here, which makes me think that they still want some upside, or there's still some initiated buying that is interested. But in order to get those initiated buyers that are sitting on the sideline, right, we have these breakout traders and initiated buying. In order for them to get interested, we've got to get close to that spot because they want to break out to get this prior day high. That's where they're trying to capture the zone in here. And so in order for them to get involved, that's where it needs to go. Just like the same thing, if you are a buyer but you're more looking for a responsive buy, then you're waiting down here at the 200 SMA, or maybe at the half back of the profile, or to see if it fails inside of these singles to become a buyer. And that's a responsive buy, right? You're seeing the selling shut off, you decide, okay, I'm a responsive buy, I'm going to jump in. One of the keys throughout the day that can keep you on board or on the right track is to try to identify one, who's in control, who's being more active, right? And so today we see responsive buying being a little bit more active, but as we get um as we start to continue to fill in this value higher and leave this lower distribution, the point of control will shift up, and that will show active buyers if the point of control shifts up, right? If it doesn't shift up, they fill this distribution. Well, then we're going to have two TPOs from here all the way down to here, and only we have 3 to 2 here. You guys tell me which square is bigger. It's going to be this one. That's going to tell you that sellers came in responsively up here. And so then you'll look for them to initiate. If sellers are initiating, they'll break the low. We have a poor low. Anyone in a trade right now? Oh, you already closed out, Uncle Stacy? 148 bucks. Nice. 110%. Go.
It was a quick day.
Nice.
I got.
Was that a put?
I got in. Yeah, that was a put. Well, I did a couple. I did. I think I had a call that didn't do well, and then when it was in one of the candles, and then I got into a put and took it.
You traded better in real life, AMD, than you did in the
I know.
other account.
Well, because here's the thing. I'm getting to the point where I'm switching. I'm actually flipping
That's good.
from paper to more toward real. So that's the reason why.
Building up that comfortability. You and my dad have
Yes.
both been doing really well. Must be just the DNA.
That's the focus.
Superior Haven DNA.
That must be it.
I picked up Luna at 99. Got kind of nervous, but now I'm feeling a little better.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's looking good. I was actually looking at Luna the other day because it has this huge balance.
Well,
And
it just hit 117 the other day. It's got to be going back.
yeah, I mean, even if it gets, you said you picked up at 99?
Yeah.
I mean, even if it gets down to like this 93 area, I still think there's opportunity for it. I mean, unless like, Bitcoin starts to really go down, but I mean, this area has been resistance, support, and then on a retest, I mean, it's even looking like the top of it is acting as support, so you might still be good right here. Yeah, I like that.
Beautiful ABC setup right there
Hoping.
too. It's a little late to get in now, but if it retests
Oh, on like right. Oh, I see.
there, yeah.
Okay, I see it.
If it retests that, that'd be a good spot to get back in for a long.
Yeah, long for sure.
We were funny. So financials are actually doing pretty okay today. Um, I mean, they're starting to come down. It looks like if they start to roll over, that you can see like all of the sectors are starting to roll over here. The financials is the key today, right? XLE energy, who gives a shit? Well, XLF is the ticket today. That's the banks. I mean, a lot more than just banks, but that's where all the financials are at.
Who'd you just say?
The banks, the financial sector, XLF. So XLF is a ETF that tracks the financial sector. I just pulled it. And so you can see, I mean, they've just been getting kind of smacked for a decent amount of time, but we did put in a higher low recently, and so banks could start to get this uprise. And I think if banks go up, then the market will go up because they've been showing the most weakness lately, because the rates have been so low, so that their gain is not as much. But now mortgage rates I think are at 5% today. They went up to 5%. So like the lowest you're gonna get, I think it's actually 4.99. The lowest you're gonna get is 4.99, and that's with 20% down. What I was reading this morning. And that's good for banks, right? Raising interest rates is good for banks. So if banks continue to go up, then that will be good. But if banks start to roll over, it could be uh it could be a what do you call it? Could be like an early clue that the market's gonna roll.
Are you in any trades?
Not right now. I'm not. No, well, actually, no. I am. I still have. I have a put. I have a spy put. A couple spy puts actually from yesterday. They're probably red now though. Yeah, they're down. They're down now. They were up 100% this morning. I covered a couple more, but I wanted to keep a couple just to see if the end of the day gave us any action. They ended up hitting the money quick yesterday, and so ended up covering most of them yesterday. Should have waited till this morning. Obviously, it would have been a lot nicer. But hindsight's 2020. I don't really like to take a whole lot of overnight risk, especially in super volatile market. Also, oil's up about $1 today, about 1%. Bonds are down. The VIX is down almost below 20 now. So that's good news for the upside as well. And we're about to have the commodity report coming up in 10 minutes. That could be a big mover.
Yeah, for sure. Wheat and corn.
Wheat, corn, yeah, oil, soy. It'll be interesting to see because the last report that came out last month said that there wasn't as much corn planted as there was the previous year. So it'll be interesting to see if they, start to plant more. I know that there's a lot of people around the United States, at least, that already purchased up a bunch of land and started as soon as this commodity issue started happening, really as soon as Ukraine got invaded, they already knew, okay, what can we capitalize off of? Thousand lot order sitting on the 05 right here. Watch it, see if it gets filled. God damn, somebody bought that shit. See how that volume jumped up right there? There it goes. Upturn red. So somebody bought big. Somebody lifted the offer big on the 5 here. If we get below the 5, that's going to cause a little bit of a Pilaruski. Start to see this guy give up his position. What do we got? Time is it? 9 minutes until the next period opens up. And so remember, if you're a seller, right? If you're short, if we're looking at this and we know that there's people short from here, the single prints. If you're short, what do you have to do, right? You've got to buy your position back. So there was 1,000 lots sitting right here. Someone offering 1,000 lots. If this guy's already short, what's he gonna do? He sees that 1,000 lot sell order, thinking, "Oh shit! If we get above that, this thing's just gonna race. Let me just cover here." Boom, he covered, right? The difference is this is not new money coming into the market. It's just old money. So the open interest actually goes down because he's closing that position. And so, I mean, we're still just hanging out above it. It becomes a factor where you have these big orders because somebody else took the inverse of that and might have opened up a short position. And if we start to hang out above it, this person will start to unwind their position. Hello? And so when we have these orders here like this, when we're starting to hang out above it now, if we don't start to get volume following it and initiating up here to attack these single prints, when you start to get below that order, that's where you start to see the give up. So when you have those big orders that trade like that, it's important to just mark those levels either mentally or just put them on your chart. The thing about putting them on your chart though is you could end up just having lines all over your chart, and you guys know I'm not a huge fan of that. Getting back below that 5 now. What's up, TJ?
Bro, I just watched the YouTube. Thank God for YouTube. On like 2x. Caught up.
Oh, nice.
Started like 30 minutes late.
And I talk slow too, so 2x is probably the best speed for that. Yeah, well, yeah, it gets all high pitched.
just the opening thoughts and stuff of what you were thinking.
I don't have a lot of conviction right now, I'll be honest with you. Like I took some trades, some long trades early on, and I haven't taken any trades since then because I just don't feel the conviction. I think there's some opportunity here to both sides, with that E high being pretty mechanical, and I think the E low is just kind of weak because we have a double distribution, but it's inside of a previous day. So it really just looked like an inventory correction that, sellers got a little bit too short and had to liquidate or short cover in order to be, back to normal. I kind of wanted to talk about this too. I go into explain it the best way to make you think of a dealer, right? Because we have our competitors in the market, right? We have our dealers who provide the liquidity, right? We have our institutional money slash hedge funds, slash like big proprietary firms, things like that, mutual funds. And then you have our speculators, us, smaller traders, things like that, right? So to understand the dealers, right, the people that just kind of dish out, they provide the liquidity between me and you, right? So if I want to do a sell order, I want to do a buy order, this guy buy it from me, sell it to you, right? That's what they do. That's what dealers do. But a lot of times they'll having to buy the market because they're trying to facilitate the trade, right? So imagine if, and I'm just going to use the Amazon thing because we've already talked about it, right? So we know what a speculator is. Speculator is on Amazon. You put this computer monitor in your cart, and you see the price is $700, and you check it every day or every couple days to see if it comes down, right? Some days when you check it, it's going to be higher, 750, right? Maybe 1,000. Some days it's going to be lower, right? I told you guys the story of how I got this Alienware monitor that was supposed to be, like $700, and I got it for $280 or something. And then I actually messaged my buddy Jared, literally like as soon as I bought it, I screenshot it, sent it to him. I said, "Yo, these are on Amazon. They're cheap as fuck." And he logged on to his Amazon, and they were already sold out, right? And so there's the auction process right there. So somebody had all of these monitors, they marked them down to 280, and it was a certain amount, right? It's just we can't see that on Amazon. We can't see like, okay, there's only 10 left at this price, and then I'm raising prices back up. What happened was they came down, they got bought up, and then boom, by the time Jared looked on, they were back up to 750. And this was maybe a couple hours, right? Because I wake up early, and it was the day after Thanksgiving, and he didn't wake up early. So, it's just how it goes. But when you're a dealer, imagine you go and buy a ton of TVs, right? Straight from Samsung. You've got the ticket. You've got all these TVs, and now you've got this auction of buyers and sellers, where institutional money is going to be a little bit bigger, right? So they're going to be buying bigger orders, and they're going to be selling them in their stores, right? That's where the institution is at. But these dealers are selling to institutions and selling to retail, so they can capitalize on both sides of the market. And so what happens is when you have this liquidation, or when you have these, like something like this little short covering rally, what happened is all these people that got short early on, these dealers are like, sure, we'll sell you this TV, sell you this TV, sell you this TV. And then what happened is all the TVs that they were selling for $280 are gone. They're like, no. I'm not selling those anymore, so I'm selling them up here, right? And what happens is as the market starts to rally, and in C period it really started to go up, all of these people that were buying these TVs early on, right, which is the dealer, because somebody else is selling them, so they're buying these TVs, right, from these people. These people are shorting, and they're buying, right? Dealers take the inverse trade for the most part. If the market's going up, most of the time the dealer's shorting. If the market's going down, most of the time the dealers are buying. So as this move's coming down, the dealer's buying, Nobody wants to sell TVs down here anymore at the 280. And so then price starts to go up. And so all these people that were short here have to buy all these TVs back at a loss, right? So if you have institutional money who's getting short, who initially purchased their TVs, ooh, corn's dropping. Inventory, or the report just came out. If we get above 11, we might see a little bit of a pop up to like 16. But so basically when this happens here, you're getting all of these people that were selling TVs, just saying, ah, fuck it, I'll just buy them all back. Right? And they have to take a loss. But the thing is, they understand that this is a necessary part of trading. Right? They take this loss here, and if they still think that the prices of TVs are going to go down, then they'll just close their short trade here, buy a bunch more up here, and sell them from here. Right? And by selling much up here, the dealers are taking the buy side of that offer. Does that make sense? I know it's a complicated it's a complicated thing, but once you really dig into that process and start to understand like I mean, it's basically only three. I mean, there's a lot of different types of market participants, but really it's just institutional money, dealers, and speculators for the most part. And when the COT report comes out tonight, I'll and suckers, yeah. I'll dig more into it. United States will position Patriot missile systems in Slovakia. Dollar's still coming up here. We're still hanging out above that 5. That 5 level's still been acting as a bit of support here. But the longer we just don't get continuation, the more it makes me think that the price wants to gonna have to search lower. We're starting to see some bigger orders move down to try to get filled as well on the offer side. Could be some profit taking it. The Dow's still going up nice off that. Let's see, where's the NASDAQ? NASDAQ's still down about 0.5%. XLF's up about 1.25% here. Yeah, so if we just keep struggling here, and if you guys remember, this was that gap area. We're kind of in that gap level trying to fill this in, right? So we had a gap down this day, and we're kind of just filling that space in here. So that it kind of makes sense to fill this in. The interesting thing is we still have a spike here, and we know that spikes can act as resistance. I know this spike is a couple of days old, but it has acted as resistance. When we saw price get here yesterday, it literally just fell back into uh the previous day's range below that yesterday. So now we're above it, kind of filling in this little gap here. If price doesn't start to elongate, what it kind of looks like, honestly, is that most of this upside are just other shorts covering that got trapped below, but you know, we're probably short from up here overnight that are closing out, right? So if you're a seller and you sold overnight, but you sold up here, and you saw this rally up and everyone was racing to sell, and you weren't able to unload all of your inventory, every time the market comes down, you buy it, right? Buy it back because you're short. So you buy it back, and that's what causes the upside. And even though today is a double distribution day, to me, it kind of is feeling like, unless it's able to start turning into this trend and take out some of these levels, then it's going to be looking past these lows, because this low is pretty weak. But also on the inverse of that, right, playing devil's advocate, it's a strong reaction off a point of control after entering a previous day's value area. So we opened above previous day value, head into value, and typically market profile rules, if you get a strong reaction off the point of control, right, because if we get two TPOs in, we typically trade to the other side of balance, right? But if we get a strong reaction off the point of control, that can, you know, negate that trade to the opposite end of balance. And that's what's happened the past couple of times that we've looked into previous day's balance, right? And this day being one, came down inside of previous day's balance, smacked off a point of control. Same thing here, smacked off of a point of control, and then popped up. Interesting to note, if we look at this profile here, you can see two TPOs basically to here, and then two TPOs to here. It looks like sellers were a little bit more active and then just weren't able to get the supply in order to break this level. And so we had responsive buyers 2 days in a row by that level. They're starting to stair step up again. So after that initial stair step up, where we were basically buying points of controls every single time, right? We left all these VPOCs behind, so it was even buying before point of controls. As we come back down, tap the point of control, tap the point of control, and then move up. And we're in this 3-day balance. Or if this is like, there we go. We're in, this is that prior 3-day balance right here, right? We put in a 2-day balance inside this, basically the same levels, right? And we're still kind of inside that range. So the market, for whatever reason, is just balancing. This is the key here, that these single prints is kind of just making me, I don't know, it's just weird to see a liquidation inside of a previous day. Like, are they that, are these buyers that hungry to buy this thing up that they're going to leave these poor lows and leave these weak structure behind and continue price up? You know, I just don't, I don't think the odds are that great. You have no idea what you're looking at here, Caps Lock? So, first of all, welcome to the Trade Vets. I'll send you a Discord invite, and then you can join the Discord, introduce yourself, get to know the people, and then learn. But basically, this is called the market profile, and each letter sequence is a TPO, and each letter represents 30 minutes of time. And what we're doing here is we're paying attention to where value is forming, right? So we can see we have 3 wide here, well, really like right here, and then we have 4 wide up here. So we're seeing value developing higher compared to yesterday. It is overlapping to higher now. And so now what we look for is continuation. And that's why I had marked this level earlier. A high volume level with just one TPO up there says that there is some interest. And so if we can get price back up here, these momentum traders that are sitting on the sideline waiting for this breakout, when price gets here, that's where they're like, their ears perk up and they're thinking to themselves, okay, I could jump on that, right? But they're not gonna be jumping in until we get up there. And so we know that our initiated buying today is fairly weak and is just going to be trying to ride the trend or riding momentum. Oh, you blew your account up like a year ago? Oh, were you in the other Discord, the white Discord? Like the TradeVets logo that's white? If you are, join the other one, the one that I just sent. The Discord stream on YouTube does not work purposely because I don't want to get a bunch of bots joining the Discord like the other Discord had. But the main difference, right? I mean, if we look at this side by side with a bar chart, this is what the bar chart looks like. It's a little bit more difficult to tell where value is forming, right? We have this TPO doesn't work. This one, for some reason, the tick size is too much. Yeah, check it out. See if you're in the green. The one that I sent you is a different one. You got unsubsidized? What's that mean? Or was it unsubscribed or unsubs?
Yeah, sorry, unsubscribed. Yeah, I wasn't on there. I had to resubscribe.
Oh, that's weird. I don't know.
Scrappy.
We're getting back below that 5 now. See if they reoffer that 5 this time. Back up to the 5. Let's see if they reoffer this level here. They're seeing a pretty decent back and forth here around this kind of 2 to, see that high volume right here on this 2 to the 5. Looks like you're just a normie in it now. Yeah, we're migrating the Discord to a different Discord.
Man, that was a big thing they had to offer right there. 286.
Oh yeah, I see that on that 475. Yeah, so that's like that reoffer, and it did smack it down for a second, but then buyers kind of soaked it up, and now we're back at that 5 again. There they go. News just came out about Facebook wanting to make their own chips, but struggling. So let's see if they start to. Yeah, there's a lot that's changed, caps locked. So, um, you know, we're glad to have you in. Hopefully you enjoy and learn some stuff, and that's what we're all about. And hopefully, hopefully we can get you back. I'm not sure what caused you to blow the account, but hopefully we can get you back to not doing that. Start trading value instead of price. I think that's what gets a lot of people into the most trouble, honestly, is people are so fixated on price and they forget to pay attention to where value is actually at, and it gets them into trouble. Right? You get a lot of people like just trade with a volume profile, and we'll see like a previous VPOC, and it'll come down, and they're thinking, oh, it's gonna be a buy order, so they buy, and it gives a little pop and starts to hang, and then starts to come down. They're like, well, what the fuck was that? Well, we were in an imbalance going into that volume, and responsive buying didn't step up, so the imbalance continued because price is always in a search for value, a never-ending conquest to discover it. Right? And when it finds it, it starts to just balance, but then sometimes it gets out of it. High leverage and not respecting your stop losses. Yeah, that happens, man. I mean, it happens to everybody, to be honest. Like, I mean, it's a pretty normal, um, you know, path in trading. The important thing is that you didn't quit, right? Because most people, what happens is they'll blow their account and they'll just quit, right? They never give themselves the opportunity to be good. It's like, imagine going to, you know, any professional in any sport that that is played professionally. Imagine going to the practice the first day or the first month or the first year and just not being good at it and then just quitting, right? Imagine Michael Jordan, when he got cut from his high school basketball team, just gave up, right? I mean, comparing oneself to Michael Jordan is ambitious, but that's the level of commitment that it takes to, to be as great as he was. You know what I mean? There's a story that Kobe told one time, because if you guys don't know, Kobe was a really, really hard worker. He's getting ready to go. See if it takes us high here. Up above that 11 is where we get this nice pop, I think. Yep. Stay above. If it can stay above this 11. What's that?
I love this Kobe story.
So, Kobe was with, I think it was Nick Young, when Nick Young first came to the Lakers. And if you guys follow basketball at all, he was kind of wild, right? And Kobe was all about the business, right? He's all about the game. He wanted to play the game. He wanted to win the game. He didn't want to mess around. Well, Nick Young was going out with his friends. He said, "Hey, Kobe, you should come out drink with us." He said, "Okay, I'll come out and drink with you guys, but that means you got to come with me for practice in the morning." So Kobe went out with them all night. They came back. They got back at like 2 a.m., 4:45 in the morning. Nick Young hears knock on his door. It's Kobe. Kobe's like, "Come on, we got to get in the gym. I got to practice my shots." Nick Young said, "You're crazy. We've only been asleep for 2 hours." Kobe said, "I don't mess around." Right. So even though he went out and had some fun, he still had the discipline to be able to get those, all those shots in.
I'll let you can tell the Kobe story about when Jordan told me he couldn't fit in his shoes.
Oh, no.
Great one. Came back and hit 51 points against him the next time they met up.
Yeah. And that's just the drive of Kobe. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with MJ. Like, they're the same way.
Because after the game, he went and shot like another 2 hours in the gym. Everybody else went home. He went straight to the gym after the game.
And what's crazy is, like, when you compare Kobe and Jordan to each other, literally Kobe studied Michael Jordan. If you've got the greatest in the game, and it's the same reason I study so much Jim Dalton, because I think that he has the best understanding of how the market operates, and is able to explain it the best. And he's real about it. A lot of people are out here telling people, "Oh, do this and you're gonna make $1 million this year." It's just, that's fugazi. It's just not realistic. Um, and Kobe understood that. Even when Kobe first started in the NBA, he couldn't even shoot a 3-pointer. If you guys remember Kobe back in the day when he had his afro, he couldn't shoot for shit. Not a three. And then later on in his career, he's nailing faders from 3-point range like it's nothing. Right, but he was a mid-range shooter, and he back in the day when Kobe was younger, he was a dunker. I don't remember if you guys remember, but Kobe used to just jam the ball. He was a beast. Afro Kobe could fly. And he cut his hair short and started shooting the ball. Started playing like MJ. Started studying MJ's turnaround jumper, and it's just unblockable. It's like Dirk Nowitzki too. Dirk Nowitzki had kind of an unblockable 3-point or just jump shot. One, because he was almost 7 feet tall, and two, because of how he set up his shot. He brought his knee up when he shot, and that's just how he learned, and it made it almost impossible to defend him. There we go. We'll hold the 11. Sellers are being a little bit more active here, but they're not making any ground below that 11, it looks like. Sellers need to get below 11. If buyers can keep holding this 11, though, we should be good for that 19 is going to be the target up for that 17 quarter, but 19, 20 level at Globex high. Facebook's coming up here too. Bitcoin's kind of lagging behind. little bit of pop there to 14, but nothing serious yet. All the sectors in the S&P are now green as well. Information technology flipped to green. This looks like it says negative. That say negative?
Did the commodities report come out?
Yeah, it did, but nothing really moved too crazy. There's a little bit of moves on like on wheat. See this big wick just popped down but then came right back up, and then the same thing on corn too. Big wick down and then popped right back up. TD Ameritrade won't let you add any positions. Oh, see, there goes that volume. Looking for the 20 here is what I'd like to see push price up to. They won't let you open any new positions on any of these commodities. Soybeans said the same thing. I don't know. It's just weird. They sent out a message that says you can only close your positions.
They must have been expecting a run or something.
Yeah, I think that because it's a leverage. It's highly leveraged. So when you buy one contract of wheat, let's say it's actually worth like 65K, and you're basically saying if you hold this till expiration that you want 65K worth of wheat. And so they don't want people to get too far underwater and have to cover the back end of that because they let people have margin that shouldn't have margin. XLF still looking strong, starting to break the highs as well. So. Oh, caps lock has more questions. Yeah, let me go back over there. I'm trying to just move my stops up real quick so I can cover some position. I wanted to get up to that 19 level, but if we can hold this above this like 13 quarter, should be okay. But back below 11 gets ugly. So I have a message to 3 a.m. trader to get started with the info. I'm a bit confused where to start. Send me a message. I'll have to update the Discord this weekend. And get all those get all that stuff updated. I just started streaming again back in March, I think it was. Another set of single prints here, guys. So you just, pay attention to watch and see if this distribution closes. But oh, what's up, Adam? But yeah, send me a message. Bitcoin Brad. I'll have to get in there and mess around with all that stuff. I need to get on the website as well too. I just don't know how to use it. It'll all come together, right? We might have like we said with Alex, you know, these videos are high education quality, low production quality. And not to spend too much time on the production because I'm more focused on the knowledge, right? It'd be really cool to have really cool videos, but that would take away my time from learning other things as well. And as much as I do enjoy teaching, I also enjoy learning new things, and I have to balance my time. And you know, overall YouTube production is just not a thing that's on my list to care about, to be honest with you. So if you need good production videos, this is just not going to be the place probably ever. I'll be honest with you. The information is going to be quality, but if you're looking for pop-ups and all kinds of fancy stuff, not the spot for you. So back below that 11 and got there quick. Well, let's see if they hold below that 11 again. Kind of just a little bit of a liquidation down right there to fill that distribution. Mechanical low. Cool, I got your message on the Discord, Capstock. I'll hit you up a little bit later today. Really, you don't need to do anything but just join the Discord and you know, just tune in. Start to learn. So the longer the time we spend below that 11, the better the odds are that this thing comes back down into that 6 area, which is where, you know, where value was at before, or where volume came in, where we have our 4 TPOs, 5 TPOs wide, 4 TPOs wide. And so if G comes down, right, we see 4 here, we 5 down to here, depending upon how far it comes down, this will be our 5. We'll have our value area, we'll say, to the 4,500. What we want to do is we want to take a peek at yesterday. Where's yesterday's value area high? Not down to that 87, right? That 200 SMA. So that's still opportunity down here for people that are short to cover, because we know this could be an advantageous spot for buyers to buy, especially like it's T2 high, the settle, the halfback, the 200 SMA, the open. You have all of these references below that price would have to battle through. So if you're shorting from up here, right, you're fading the high because we can't take that Globex high yet. Where are you gonna be looking to cover your position? Well, somewhere down in value, right? And then if you catch a runner, you're gonna be a lot more tight when it gets closer to this level, because that's where you expect buyers to start jumping in at, right? That's an advantageous spot for a buyer to test their luck. And as long as we keep spending this time below 11, you know, it's not really looking great for these buyers. I need to get back up above that 11. Where we'd seen all the action, boss. Dude, I got blisters yesterday, like on like in between the first knuckle and the second knuckle of my index fingers on both hands from pulling that rope. I was telling you guys I was doing this rope pulling exercise in my backyard. I just tied like a weight to the end of the rope. It's a 50-foot rope, and then just drag it around the backyard. And fucking annoying as shit. It's my clicker finger. Yeah, so if you're looking for this TPO indicator on TradingView, just come up to the indicators and type in TPO. And it's this market profile with TPO. It's Druther. He's actually one of our community members. He created it. So show him some love. And really, I mean, this thing is so clutch. It's so nice to have the TPO on TradingView, without and all the TradingView tools without having to use that fucking, what was that website called? EXO charts. God, that website was such a pain in the ass. It was nice because it was so easy to click through. I mean, yeah, my trigger finger. But like, I mean, it just became such a pain in the ass. And then even here with the way that Druther made this, right? Because he's such a G. Oops. You can separate the overnight times. So I could even, as this thing loads up, if you really wanted to see the different profiles, like the Asia profile, the England profile, or the UK profile, and the US profile, see when this thing loads up. See? It breaks them all down for you. I mean, you could probably change the colors and everything. I like to look at them all together, but if that's what you wanted to do, you definitely could set it up like that. I just like it better in the one. Like that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Birch. They didn't have all this stuff. And actually GoCharts, I don't know if you guys have checked out GoCharts lately. GoCharts is looking pretty nice. Not gonna lie. I don't know if Bybit's on there yet. I'd have to look. I know they added Binance a while back. I just fucking hate Binance, but GoCharts actually looks pretty good. I can pull up I still have my GoCharts. Oh, those on, I saved it on the other card. Damn. That's crazy. Josh just said, if you guys don't know who Josh is, um um oh, it says index 1 is out of bounds, array size is 0. So my settings are, I take off auto tick size, and then I have it on 48 and 5 for Bitcoin. You have to mess with it depending upon what you're trading sometimes. But so there is a channel on YouTube that I watch pretty much all the time. Um, and it's this guy Josh. If you want to learn options, he's really the best guy to learn. Well, I don't know if I'd say the best, but he knows. I mean, he just knows so fucking much. And he's the guy that sings all those Uncle Answer songs. And this is his channel, Stock Market Live. And then he has another one called the Training Fraternity, where he posts his videos every day. But so, anyways, um, he said, imagine if you took your trading in a context of something similar of watching a show, right? So let's say I tell Kevin, hey, have you watched The Office? And he's like, yeah, I watched the first couple episodes. It wasn't that funny. And I say, it gets better. Just keep watching. Right? And then, boom. You know, you keep watching the episodes, and then boom, it starts to get better. So imagine if you took, I mean, not even just your trading, but imagine if you took everything in life. Okay, the first couple episodes are a little bit slow, but somebody told you that it gets better. So you keep powering through and watching. So why will you do that with a TV show, but when something else gets tough in your life, you start to fade off or start to give up, right? I was just having this conversation actually with my daughter last night about math, because she's not naturally gifted at math like my son is, and so it frustrates her. And so she tends to give up, or she tends to just focus on the math that she is good at, right? She's good at multiplication, but she's not good at these fractions or angles. And that's what she's been struggling with lately. Back up to that 11 here, guys. Watch this level. If we can get back up, there could be some continuation. If they're not able to get back up, probably comes back down. But you saw, came back down to volume and then back up, right? Buyers just sitting there waiting to buy it, came back up. Still have singles below. You know, so you think about something like that in that context and tell yourself, okay, well, why am I just giving up on something when I'm just starting it? I can't be expected to be good at it. And the issue is, what happens is people tend to compare themselves to other people. People get so stuck on it. Look at fucking LeBron James comparing himself to all these other players. You know, the realization is he is just different, and he is the greatest player in his time, at his position, and in his style, right? He's not as good of a shooter as Kobe. He's not as good of a defender as Jordan, right? Unless you try to jump and block your shit, but but he's just all around. He's always getting triple doubles or double doubles, right? He's just an all around player. But I don't know if he is, but the media is so focused on, is he better than Jordan? And that's a common problem that's pushed through media, is we are comparing ourselves to these other people, right? I did the same thing as a kid. I played basketball with my dad. I'm like, I want to beat my dad. It took me 17 fucking years to beat him, right? It took me forever to beat him. And then I finally did. And that was kind of my comparison. So instead of being so focused on improving myself, right? I'm on this step. My dad over here on basketball is on this step, and I'm trying to jump to this step instead of just building my staircase to get up here, and then I can just easily just step over my dad. Right now, I just fucking, my dad doesn't even stand a chance at basketball. His ankles are too old. No, he did not. He did not let me win. Hey, what's up?
Hey there. Just letting you know that meditation is starting in about 20 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I posted the link in the chat and also in the Discord.
Awesome.
Wait for you there, guys.
Okay.
See you there.
We'll be in there.
Hey, can you post the link to the Josh guy?
Oh, yeah, I will. And this is kind of actually, that's his YouTube channel. This is actually one of those, what were we talking about? A day in the life, Jamie. So one thing that I typically do pretty much every single day, or some videos I watch every single day, is Josh makes a video every single day, right? It's this is his the trading fraternity. This is his actual here's the link, Kevin. But he posts a video every single day, right? Mostly it's about options because that's what he trades, but he has a lot of good news, and he's really fucking smart about how things are connected, right? And he has this thing called the Bloomberg terminal, which costs $20,000 a year that he pays for because he trades so much. And so he gets a lot of moves from there. And so someone that I always check out to see his videos, right? We talked about Shadow Trader yesterday. Another one that I like is Civico. I think I just saw it. Civico Capital. I'll post a link for this one too. This guy posts a video every Friday or Saturday sometimes. And it's just a bunch of charts, and he just talks about a bunch of charts, and it's about history. I like to see, you can see I've watched all of his videos. This is another one that I like to watch, right? Whether he's right or wrong, or what he's saying is right or wrong in the videos, is not important, right? The important part is just seeing that and then developing your own. And then another one I like to watch, and Tommy got me on this one, Tasty Trade. And I'll post this one too. Tasty Trade here. There is every day after the market except today, because today is Friday. There's this thing called Jones and Friends. I think this is it here. Yeah. But this guy, Victor Jones, he just has a little talk with everybody after the market for like an hour or 2 hours, kind of just to discuss what's going on, right? And it's always good to hear. I like to hear, like when I'm doing the trade view, I listen to this, and it's just something cool to hear other people's perspective, right? They do a lot of other videos on here too. I don't really jump into it. I really like Victor Jones. I really like Ira. I don't know how to say his last name. Ira. I can't say his last name. But this guy here. I think he has he's the leader of FX.com for the Asia.
Tasty Trade is a good one.
Yeah. And then, of course, Jim Dalton's on here, but those videos are old. You could see all the subscriptions here, and this is probably just from like forever. I've had this account for a long time. I mean, just so many subscriptions. Probably go through there and erase them all, but it's kind of like just a waste of time. You know what I mean? I don't care that much. I know what videos I'm looking for, and I just know how to find them. But those three videos, typically Josh's video and the Tasty Trade video, they come out every single day. The Cyclical Capital comes out once a week, and the same thing with the Shadow Trader video. And it's just a good opportunity to get perspective from some of these other traders, right? Some of these other people, to see kind of what they're thinking. And these are just people that I think know what they're doing, right? There's a million channels on YouTube. These are kind of the 3-4 channels that I've narrowed it down to where I actually think that they know what they're talking about. So when I listen to them, I get a little bit more respect, or it gives me, if I'm thinking the opposite, it gives me a little bit more perspective. Yeah, so yeah, check those out, Jamie. And if you're on the East Coast, right, you can get up in the morning early and watch them, which is nice. Or if you're, in Europe or somewhere else, you can watch them before the market opens. I typically watch them at night because they come on, Tasty Trade comes on right after the market closes, and then Josh puts out his video at 5 Pacific time. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, Alex, that's 100% correct. Greatness really does come out of sacrifice, and you're not going to become an expert at anything without putting in the hours. 10,000 hours to become an expert. It's just like any job you go to that requires a skill. A lot of people get a political science degree and then get hired and get paid $120,000 and they have no fucking skills. But that's not going to happen on a construction site, right? If you go to a construction site, be like, "Oh, I'm here to drive the crane." Be like, "Oh, where's your certificates? Have you ever driven a crane before?" They're saying, "Fuck no. You're not driving a crane, dummy. Why don't you go get some hours under your belt and learn how to do it, and then learn how to dig a hole first, and then maybe we'll think about letting you even just look at the crane." You're getting a calculation takes too long to execute. Just set the settings the same as this one then. Back down to that 5 again. So 5 breaks, we're looking at 2, and then that 99 to the settle. We got about 10 minutes until that until the meditation session starts.
He's doing that at 11?
Yeah, at 11, yeah.
Well, my time.
Oh yeah, 11 your time. Yeah, it'll be 10 o'clock my time. Yeah, the Pledge of Allegiance, Josh does. Yeah, he's an immigrant. Well, his parents are immigrants. I think a lot of people think that he's white, but he's not. He's Middle Eastern. But he loves America, and he always shouts out the vets, the police officers, the firefighters, the healthcare workers, and he says the Pledge of Allegiance every morning. Somebody called him racist for the Pledge of Allegiance one day, and they're like, typical white person saying the Pledge of Allegiance, and he's like, "I'm Middle Eastern, you dumb fuck." Yeah, when I beat my dad at basketball for the first time, it was just off like a lucky, like I was bouncing the ball and he hit the ball and accidentally picked up my dribble, so I just jumped back and fired a shot and it just won, or just went in for the win. And then he kicked the balls like just as high as I can go. It landed on our neighbor's roof, and then our neighbor came outside. He's like, "Did you guys hear that?" We're like, "What?" Nope. It was funny. Yeah. And then it was funny because when I joined the army, I was gone. Like as soon as I joined the army, I was just gone for like 2 years right away. And then when I came back, my dad and I went to this like fitness place that he was working out at, and it had a basketball court, a single half court, and I just fucking just a straight massacre. Oh, and also I actually think I figured out some I figured out how to do a cool thing with my iPad, which gives me some freedom to be away from the computer and actually um do a bunch of analysis on all these charts. So if you guys have charts that you want me to check out overnight or over the weekend, send them to me, because this weekend I'm going to be down in the Bay Area. My sister's having a little bridal shower that my wife's going to, and so I'm going to go down there and hang out with my little brother and help him get his shit together because he needs to move the fuck out of my mom's house. And I won't have my computer, but I'll have my iPad. So just shoot them to me on Discord, and I'll just go through everything. It'll be like a screenshot, and I got the pen so I can draw it. So it'll be cool. Finally figured it out. All right, let's I'm gonna switch the Zoom over to this other Zoom that Alex posted. So I will see you guys over there.
So do we need to switch to Zoom also?
Well, you'll be able to see it on YouTube, but I won't be in this Zoom. I'm gonna join the other Zoom. But I'm gonna put it on the YouTube too, so you'll be able to see it.
Chat amongst ourselves. What would you rather have? Just putting the question out there. So
Well, I guess
How you guys doing? So if you're tuning into the stream right now, we are going to be doing some meditation here as we come into, the market starting to settling. I think that meditation is very important. If you don't meditate, this might be an opportunity for you to learn how to do it. So definitely stay tuned and check it out. We're getting more selling off the 11 here as well, guys.
Just few more minutes, okay?
Yeah, definitely, no problem.
This 11 area is going to be key going forward here.
But I think we can wait 5 more minutes. I'll just put another piece of nice relaxing music on. I actually know the artists, the two singers that play this song. One of them taught my daughter how to sing, and they're both from Ukraine. They're still sing. Thank God, they're both wonderful voices.
देवी सुरेश्वरी भगवती गंगे त्रिभुवनधारिणी तारतरंगे शंकरमौली विहरिणी विमले माममातिरस्तं तव पदकमले भागीरथी सुखदायिनी मातस् तव जलमहिमानिका में ख्याता नाम जाने तव महिमानं पतिकृपमाया मामाज्ञाना हरिवरवर्यतरङ्गिणी गङ्गे हिमाविदुमुतधावनतरङ्गे दूरीकुरु मम दुष्कृतिभारं कुरु कृपया भवसागरपारा तव जालं ममलं येन लिखितं परमपदं खलु तेन गिरितं मातर्गङ्गे त्वय्या भक्ता किल तं द्रष्टुं धारिणी जननी गङ्गे कन्नीरगिरिवरमण्डिता भाग्ये भीष्मा जननी
Huh?
मुनिवरदाये आदितानि वारिणि त्रिभुवनधान्ये भुवनेश्वरि पुण्ये धाये देवी रमाई मुनिवरदाये
Okay. As long as you have the carbs ready, that's fine. As long as you have your carbs, that's fine. So you can have whatever, as long as you have the carbs. Oh shit.
Thank you for the beautiful music, sir. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad that we're here. My name is Alexandru. I'm from Romania. Today, we will talk about Sahaja Yoga, and we all
Yeah, definitely. My name is Brad. I am. Oh, I'm muted. My name is Brad. I am the owner of the Trade Vets and the. Am I echoing? I feel like there's into it. Let me see. Okay. But yeah, so I'm trying to get this desktop audio to work. It's not working on here. No sound. Okay, cool. But yeah, so I'm the owner of the Trade Vets, and I started a business, really just a group, honestly, just to bring like-minded people together in order to help people get time from their value. Something that, I've always preached is there's no point in putting in a bunch of effort if you're not going to get any value from it. So the one thing that you can't buy more of is time, and so you have to learn how to get value out of your time. And it also goes hand in hand with my trading style, right? Because I'm paying attention mostly to value and not price. So we trade value here, not price, and so it goes hand in hand. And then, one thing that I really enjoy doing yoga, stretching, any kind of relaxation, because when you are putting in so much effort, you carry around a lot of stress that it's beneath the surface, it's underneath, you don't even understand that it's there, and it's affecting your daily life. And until you can start to, really understand it and focus it or even use it to your advantage, it's going to be a difficult situation. And so, this I think is just such an amazing opportunity for everyone that has no experience or is been kind of afraid to take the dip or stick their toe in the water of meditation and yoga and things along those lines because of whatever cultural differences, or sometimes people think yoga is for only for certain types of people. So
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
were you guys able to hear me? Okay. Yeah. My watch was trying to listen to. This.
Led by William Bishop, aka the Bish. Sir, if you would like to say a few things about you, or who wants to, you're free to do it, please.
Hello, this is Rick from Las Vegas.
Hi.
I was very interested in yoga. I'm actually a practicing meditation teacher as well. I work at the city of Las Vegas, and we have a daily meditation session that I lead over there at work. Glad to be here.
Glad to have you here.
So if we're introducing ourselves, I'm Ross Bishop from the Pit, and I'm interested in meditation. Never been interested in yoga, but a lot of people that I know do benefit from meditation. So I don't know, see what we can learn.
Yeah.
And that's it.
All right. Marvelous. So we just want to let our guests first, say a few words, introduce themselves, then we'll have a go. So if anyone feels like they want to have a go, say, hello, I'm so-and-so. And we'd love to hear, like, if you've ever done meditation, if you have any kind of expectations or prior knowledge about this. So that will help me also tailor the short introduction, and then we can get into the nitty-gritty. So
I'll go next. This is
Yeah.
Steve. My name's Steve Mills, also known as Flying Pop or Pop. So I'm a medically retired airline pilot, and I still have a lot of years left ahead of me. So the reason why I got into flying is because that seemed to be a good time to value career that is no longer available to me. So I started hunting for a new one. And thankfully, I came across Brad, and he's really been patient with me and everybody else in the group and teaching us how to fend for ourselves and not rely on anybody else. Although we're using him for a crutch right now, but the goal for him and for myself is for us to do it on our own, and so that's why I'm here.
Marvelous. Very nice.
Hi, my name is Kapil, and I'm a fifth-year medical student, and I've been practicing for quite some time, and it's amazing how it can help you. I don't know how, like, being a student, I can't say that you have problems or it's stressful, but I can see the difference between myself and my peers, and it's really a huge difference. And I'm really glad that I meditate.
And because Kapil is very humble, I'll sing his praises for him. What he means is that although he didn't do as much prior preparation as his peers for his entry exams to medical school, he got in with first score, so he did really well, just because his mind was very clear. I guess. So, yeah. But so he's not just saying it, he's really been helped a lot by meditation, I would say. Yeah. Wow, nice. Already, we're at 28 participants. Anyone want to have another go to say hello? Alex, I think, I think we can also have a go. So you probably know Alex. He's done a little bit of an introduction while everyone was gathering. My name is Marius. I am a pediatric doctor. I trained in Romania. So that's how I know the guys. And now I work in the UK. Also, I've been practicing meditation since 2000. For about 22 years now, meditation called Sahaja Yoga. And I want to talk about that a little bit, just a short introduction today. Also about some real scientifically proven benefits of this kind of meditation. And then, we can get into the actual practice of it and see if it feel good. Now, the idea of tonight was to have our space where we just get silent and we get peaceful and we just relieve all our stress and we get out of this richer, spiritually more richer and also just, relaxed and de-stressed. That's the idea. That's what I would like everyone to get out of this. And this what we do is always free. We got it free. It's like a principle, a matter of principle for us that we want to share it, and it will always be for free, because that's the principle behind it. Any living process, you get it without paying for it. It's something you are born with. So you just come, you get it, and then you master it on your own. There's no obligations, no nothing. Just enjoy. That's all it is for. So we'd like to share this with you tonight and, all of us to have a good time. That's the idea.
Hey, this is Anthony. I just wanted to ask,
how
you doing? I'm 65. I'm a cancer survivor, and I am just stiff as a board. Okay. And I think I'm going to order some of that, what I see advertised on TV, the Relief Factor. But right now, I'm experiencing a lot of back pain and knee pain and shoulder pain. And I'm just about ready to pull my hair out, even though I don't have that much. But anyway. Anyway, what do you suggest for me? Is this something I should look at getting involved in or not?
Okay. Well, I would say like this. This kind of meditation helps in this way, that you awaken a sort of energy or power inside of every one of us. It's called the Kundalini, and that one just kind of balances our what we call chakras or energy centers, which are correlated with our autonomous nervous plexuses. And by that, it produces a certain amount of relaxation on those plexuses, brings them into balance. So if there's any functional kind of pain, like irritation of the nerves and all that sort of thing, that will be a relief. If it's due to other reason, then the technique allows the person to actually feel their own energy centers, start working on that, and get the relief. There's some simple techniques which if you do, you do get some benefits. Some people get amazing benefits, like almost miraculous benefits. But it has a bit of variability on a case-by-case basis. We always say here, it's always for free. You just come, enjoy yourself. There's no obligation. So it's not like you're getting involved. It's more like you just come, you get what is already yours, because this energy, we're born with it. And you just start working with it and start to master it and get the benefits out of it. But you can get rid of all this pain. We just have to find the exact kind of diagnosis on the energy centers and work it out on that for yourself.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. And I'll explain a little bit about how this works.
And Anthony may add something, Amiwana. Just from my experience, at our classes, we had people that came with severe back injury from car accidents, like incredible pain. And usually, you know, we meditate, we sit on a chair or directly on the ground, but we told that lady, just lay on the back, whatever position would make you feel comfortable, even for a little bit. So I think that's very important. See what you feel, whatever position helps you to feel relaxed, because that energy really works. And now that lady is 100%, of course, and she said she tried absolutely everything. And she's herself a physiotherapist, so she did not believe much, but then she saw that, oh my God, it really helps me. So most importantly, find listen to your body, what it tells you, where you feel more relaxed. That's the best way for you to meditate with us. Thank you.
Okay,
And if I could pop in real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I broke my back in 2015, and I've been through, physical therapy, all of these things, and really until I started getting into meditation, it's so important, and I think underutilized to strengthen your mind, and people don't realize that. And now, I feel actually really good. My back feels a lot better, and it's not that, not that some amazing, medicine fixed me. It was myself. Like you're talking about, that inner power, just that ability to understand the power of your mind. And that's really what, for me, meditation is all about. And so coming from injuries like that, and I've had a lot more injuries than just that, but it really does help you refresh and reset. So just a little anecdotal evidence.
Yep. Thanks, Brad.
Okay. So, right. are we ready to just make a quick start? So I'll just share the screen. You know, if you can see the screen properly.
Yeah, you're good.
Marvelous. Right. All right. So, in essence, as I said, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about a meditation called Sahaja Yoga, and a little bit to go through its medical benefit, proven benefits. There's a good website one can go to, this one, www.meditationresearch.co.uk. It's got quite a few useful information there. Now, to just go a little bit through it. So I did say in the beginning that we also want to get rid of stress, and that was one of the aims of today's meeting, just to get a bit rid of stress, get a bit better. By the end of this session, we should feel better, each and every one of us. So we all know about stress, and we may have had moments like this in our lives, and what this image is very suggestive, because one of the main reasons for stress, and many things that stress us, are our own thoughts, and whatever we get in our mind is just going on and on and on and on. So if there were a way to get rid of unnecessary thoughts and just be in the present, just be completely focused on your task, don't be bothered, there's no buzz in your mind when you're doing things, you're just perfectly clear and 100% in it, into the moment, then the stress will be gone, the efficiency will be up, everything will be better. And this is something I'm not just saying, but it does have a basis in scientific studies. Now, when we say meditation, this is usually a broad term, and it can mean many things. There's many forms of meditation. Now, what I'll be referring to today is a meditation defined as the fourth state of consciousness, or thoughtless awareness state. And what that means is, we know about three main states of our consciousness. We're wakeful. When we're awake, we think, we interact with our environment. The dream state, where there is an I-ness and we can dream, we see ourselves as ourselves, but we can't move, we can't do much. It's like part of our subconscious or whatnot. And then the sleep state, deep sleep state, where we are not conscious of our I-ness, and but our body can move a little bit. And I wanted to, get into the fourth state of consciousness with this nice saying from Lao Tse, Chinese master: empty your mind of thoughts and allow your heart to find peace. So what this fourth state of consciousness has got many names: Turiya, thoughtless awareness state. It just means your mind is clear. You just don't have that continuous bombardment of thoughts. And you're perfectly alert, lucid. You can do anything you want. You can think if you want. You can stop your thoughts if you don't want to think. And you just enjoy yourself. So that's a state. It's a state of our consciousness. And the basis of it in terms of like more of a spiritual basis. So we know about the physical body, and this image here depicts what is called an energy body, or a subtle body. By subtle, it means it's not like you can measure it with, like how many amps or how many volts it's got. You can't measure it like that. It's subtle, but its effects can be seen on the central nervous system, and one can actually get it activated, and we can actually start to feel these centers. So there's 7 main centers. Whatever I'm saying, just take it as a hypothesis. We don't expect anyone to believe us on our word, take it as a hypothesis, and it needs to get proven through an experiment. And if it gets proven, then it's okay. And if not, it's also okay. So the 7 main centers called chakras, which we can see here depicted, and 3, let's say, main channels or nadis of energy on the left, on the right, and on the center. And what they mean is the left side deals with the past, the emotions, the subconscious or the yin energy, the moon energy, the feminine side of our personality. The right side deals with the activity, the solar side, the future, how to plan, think, organize, and analytical thought, and is more with the yang or masculine side or power of our personality. So we always use those like a brake and an accelerator of the car, and try to kind of drive ourselves through life. We desire something, then we get into action to get it, to do something about it. And that's how it goes. You first have the desire, then you move on the right side, you start to act. By that, you develop a memory and some conditionings called the superego, and also an I-ness, I, Mr. X, Y, Z, called an ego. Now, I did this, I can do this, whatnot. Yeah. So by these, that's what we get. And there's another channel called the Sushumna Nadi, or the central channel, which deals with the present. Now, usually it's kind of hard to be totally in the present. Most of the time, if we are honest and we look at ourselves, we see that we have thoughts coming in from the past, what I didn't do, what I did do, stuff like that, and what I must do, what I'm going to do, what's going to happen next, kind of a thing. So past and future, we always kind of sway from one to the other. And it's hard to stay in the present, to be in that space where you're completely silent and just in the moment. So it's hard to stay there for a long time. Now, we can see here a triangle here. This actually represents a bone called the sacrum bone, which is a triangular bone at the basis of our spine. And in this sacrum bone, it's called sacrum by the Greeks because they knew it has some sort of a sacred meaning. And, there's, in the ancient scriptures, it said that there's a power in each and every one of us, or an energy or a force, whatever you want to call it, doesn't. But it's called Kundalini in Sanskrit language, which literally means coiled. And it has 3.5 coils, and it's a feminine power, like a mother. Means it's nurturing, it's loving, and it looks after you. It knows you very well, very, very well, in the way that it knows all these centers. So it knows our inner structure, kind of thing, all about our personality and who we are, what we've done, all this sort of thing. And when this energy gets awakened, so it's normally in a dormant state. When it gets awakened, it rises through this channel. So it kind of gets through this green area here, which gets a little bit of a disconnection. So once the umbilical cord is cut at birth, this area becomes like a broken bridge. So when this energy is becoming active, it's awakened, it kind of rebuilds this bridge here, and it goes up, 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 and through our soft, but where our soft bones is not soft anymore, but where our soft bone was when we were a baby, called the fontanelle area. The fontanelle means small fountain in Latin. So it goes through that and connects with the all-pervading energy around us. And that's a process called yoga. Yoga comes from the Sanskrit word yug, which means to unite. And sahaja means born with you. Saha means with you or innate, and ja means born. So with you is born this energy and these centers, and also something called the spirit, or the inner spark, or the self, the Atman. Many names it's got. Like, for example, the Kundalini in Christianity is known as the Holy Ghost, or the spirit is known as the reflection of the divine and the heart. But that doesn't matter, because we're not it doesn't have anything to do with the religion. But I'm just saying that many kind of people try to talk about these subtle energies inside of us, but they kind of talked in a very cryptic way, so it's muddled up. It's not very clear. And the master who showed us all about this method explain this very nicely, which is why we have this kind of chart. And we know that these centers and these energies actually correlate with the central nervous system, about which we know, we've studied in medicine. So each, like the left channel and the right channel are the left and right sympathetic chains, which go lateral to the spine, and the central channel is the parasympathetic chain. These are autonomous nervous plexuses like pelvic, aortic, celiac, cardiac, cervical plexus. This is like the optic chiasma with the pituitary and the pineal gland. This is the limbic area. So we all know about these, and they've all been described. This is the 1,000-petal lotus, or the kingdom of heaven, whatever you want to call it. But what it means is, when you get there, you get into a special state of awareness, and you feel very good. You get a feeling of bliss. So all of these chakras, they have some correlations with certain inner qualities, and we can see them here about, like the first center is to do with the innocence, with the inner child in us. The second one is with the activity, with the pure knowledge, means the direct knowledge. You just know the thing, which is like that. Attention, so very good attention that you get a power to do things, you get more creative, and that center becomes activated. This center here in the middle, where the navel is, and this area here, is to do with the satisfaction, the peace from inside, like you're just satisfied and peaceful. You don't feel like you need anything, you're just happy. And also the balance, and to do with self-mastery. You just become a master, a true master. You can master anything. You master yourself, you master any art. So that's to do with that. The heart center, to do with the expression of compassion, first in the heart, like you feel it, you get the empathy, you get the love for others. You also get the sense of security, because you just feel secure. You just feel sure of yourself. You get confident. Spontaneously, you don't need to think about it or drill it into yourself, it just happens. And to do with the manifestation into our behavior, like the correct behavior, correct attitude towards life, towards others, towards ourselves. And then comes the next center here, which is to do with communication, with how we move our arms, how we talk, how we express ourselves, our self-esteem on the left side, our respect for others on the right side, aspect, and the collectivity and detachment, like the power to just look at things like a detached witness. So you can see everything, you can feel everything, even much better than before, but you're detached. And then the sixth center, to do with the mental silence and the power to let go, forgive, and don't torture yourself about anything, but actually just look at things as witness, and it just doesn't hurt you. Actually, we get the power to calm things down just by being there. And then the one here, the seventh center, just takes all these qualities and integrates them. So you get a powerful personality, which just has all these qualities, which we've mentioned, manifesting spontaneously into our lives, and we just enjoy it. There's nothing else to it. And why it's called a 1,000-petal lotus, if you cut the brain in this kind of a section, you can see here there's an area called the corona radiator, which looks almost like 1,000 kind of nerves going in this way. So that's the part of the limbic area, and it's why we say it's connected with this area in the brain. So that's just a few correlations. There's a couple of studies which prove the benefits of this kind of practice. So, for example, a study in Australia where they compared scores in a health questionnaire in 6 areas: physical health, mental health, etc. Now, what was found in this study is that people who get into the state of mental silence several times a day or once or twice per day have quite significantly higher scores in their health than just the Australian average, which is here. What if you do it once or twice per month, or kind of like that? even doing it once or twice per week, you can get quite significant benefits. So it's something worthwhile. If you can get into the state even for a second or two, it will help. And the more you get into it, the better you get at it, and then it helps you more and more. So that's the science behind it. Also, there's other effects such as significant effects on the blood pressure. So, for example, a study done at the Philadelphia University, where it was shown that after a week of intensive meditation practice in the Sahaja Yoga kind of a clinic where the doctor would give you a treatment and work on you just to make it a little bit quicker, they kind of saw that here you've got a significant reduction in the blood pressure, both systolic and diastolic, which is also statistically significant compared to the controls, which just took normal medicine. So it's quite good. Also on things like asthma, there is a benefit. Like Dr. Manocha in Australia did a randomized control trial, which is kind of the gold standard of what to do for clinical research. And he looked at 59 asthma patients, moderate to severe symptoms, treated them with 2-hour sessions once a week for 4 months, and saw a reduction in the symptom severity and also in the response in kind of like their airway hyperactivity. So that's a way to measure how severe your asthma has got. So the meditation group got a lot better in the sense that they could handle a lot more methacholine, which normally induces a strong response in asthmatics. That means their hyperactivity went down quite a bit, which is very good for asthma people. So compare that with just normal relaxation techniques, the meditation is actually much, much better. Also on anxiety or depression, there's been a couple of studies. This is a study done by Adam Morgan, a friend of mine from UK. He's done that in Exeter University. So he just looked at 24 patients with depression. Some were in the control group, so they got no treatment. Some were receiving the normal standard treatment in the hospital called cognitive-based therapy, and some did the meditation. And he saw that the meditation group after the treatment, that's the dark blue, so, and this is the symptom severity. So the ones that were in the meditation group got a lot better, as you can see here. So they became a lot better. The ones who were controlled, they remain kind of the same. Also moderate response to cognitive behavioral therapy compared to the meditation group. So it helped them a lot, and it would make sense because anxiety, depression, all kind of psychological, psychiatric conditions, they've got to do with the thoughts. So if you can stop the thoughts, then you get rid of negative thoughts, you can get rid of your depression, you get rid of your fear, you can get rid of your anxiety. So those are things. Also, Dr. Chung, when he researched about blood pressure reduction, he also saw that there's a significant reduction in the clinical anxiety score in the same study, which we talked about. That's quite important. On children, what I wanted to say is this kind of has no age group. You can work on children, can work on adults. My 3-year-old niece could do it, and my grandpa could do it. So there's really no kind of barrier at all. And what they saw for children, they treated children and parents at the same time, and they saw that the symptoms were reduced, and also some increases in the scores for parent-child relationship, self-esteem of children. Also, they could wean children off the medicine, which is quite good because medicines do have side effects. So if you can treat such condition with meditation, which is free, and get benefits and get your child off some medicines, that's really good. So other things are, does it really have an effect on the brain? Now it does. There's a couple of studies. These are not only on Sahaja Yoga, some are on Sahaja Yoga, so these are not on Sahaja Yoga meditation. They looked at brain MRIs for meditators versus matched controls, and they saw that the meditators had more gray brain matter, kind of like a process called purification. They concluded that meditation could slow down, stop, or reverse changes that appear in the brain as a result of aging process. That would make sense because it does rejuvenate your brain. The brain activity just reduces for a while, and the meditation and focuses on certain areas of the brain. Inside yoga, we've researched this, Goloshenkin and then Hernandez looked at it. So Goloshenkin looked at the EEG, measured the electrical activity of the brain. They saw that there's a special state of consciousness when you get into the meditation. So it's not wakefulness, it's not sleep, REM, it's not dream, it's not kind of a deep sleep. It's a different one with a different kind of waves of activity on the EEG. And also others found that when they looked at the functional MRI to see kind of where the activity is, they first saw that when you're focusing, you're trying to get into the meditation, there's some effort there. Your brain is kind of activated all over, and then it just kind of dials down as soon as you start to get into the mental silence, and it focuses on certain areas of the brain. And those areas of the brain do have increased gray matter, and also there's increased gray matter overall in the brain when you compare the brains of meditators versus matched non-meditators. So these are what I was saying before. You can see here the initial phases with a lot more activity and then less color. That means less activity, but it kind of starts to focus in certain areas which are associated with kind of a deep attention, compassion, empathy, all those sort of things. And we can see those areas which are enhanced as well. Now, in terms of what I was saying, that first you focus and kind of the activity is here around this center, this chakra, and then it goes more here into the limbic area and we get into the mental science. And what I was saying about EEG and the specific pattern, also why you feel good after meditation, almost like after doing a little bit of sport. There is an increase in beta endorphins, the feel-good hormones in the blood, when you do the Sahaja Yoga meditation, which also has a benefit on your immune system, not just makes you feel good. And this is another thing that was noticed. And there is also something which we can feel. I did say you're going to feel something on your central nervous system. That means you feel something through your nerves, through your this, you start to feel something. What normally people start to feel is first a state of silence, a state of peace and silence. And some people may feel some tingling sensation in their hands or some kind of coolness in their hands. Some people initially feel heat and then they cool down. Now, the better you get, you'll start to feel that what is called cool breeze in your hands. And this has been shown that there is a real decrease in the skin temperature, which is not the same as what happens with merely relaxation, and that the reduction in skin temperature is correlated with how well you go into the thoughtless awareness. That's something quite interesting, and I think I've talked quite enough. I'm really grateful for your attention. I hope that was interesting for you all. Alex wanted to do the kind of a practical bit with what we call the self-realization experiment, which literally has to do with activating our own Kundalini energy, because that is how we get into the meditation state. So first you need that spark. Once you get that, then you kind of get good at it. You kind of get to know yourself and you get to be your own master, to feel your own centers and start to work it out. So that's the basic. And if there's any questions, I'd love to answer now. If not, I can answer later after the meditation. So whatever you guys feel like, just let me know. Alex, I pass the ball on to you.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Lian. If there's any questions? Okay, maybe.
Sorry,
better.
I had my mic on mute. That was great. Really enjoyed it. Actually, I was kind of surprised.
Glad that
Thank you.
you liked it.
Yeah, that was way good. Good job.
Yeah, now we'll do the meditation part, the practical part. And as Marius said, in this part we'll get in touch with our energy, with Kundalini. We'll get aware of it, and so we'll put our hand in specific places and say some affirmations. The first goes like this. Okay, Brad. Okay. So the first goes like this. Put your right hand to the left part of your waist, like here. I don't know if you can see. You can see me, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And here we ask, Mother, if you can keep your eyes closed would be better, but in order to see where the places are, you have to open your eyes. But when you say the affirmations, you may keep your eyes closed. So first, here at the waist. Mother, please give me the pure knowledge. Okay. Now we move our hand up on our stomach on the left side. And we say to our mother, to our Kundalini energy, Mother, I am my own master. Mother, I am my own master. Now we move up to the heart area. And here we say, with full conviction, Mother, I am the pure spirit. You can say it multiple times. The idea is to feel it. Mother, I am the pure spirit. Okay, now we tilt our heads to the right and we put our right hand in the back of our necks, touching our last vertebrae. And here, knowing that in order to grow, we have to make mistakes, we say, Mother, I am not guilty at all. Mother, I am not guilty at all. Next, we'll be moving to the forehead. Put our hands on our forehead. And here we say, with our eyes closed, Mother, I forgive myself. I forgive everyone in general. Please forgive me. I forgive everything. I forgive. Okay. Now we press on our heads and we rotate clockwise, like we were having like a clock on our heads. We rotate clockwise. We apply some pressure, okay? Eyes closed. And rotating, we say with full conviction, Mother, please give me my self-realization. Give me my self-realization and deepen my experience of silent meditation. We rotate and we ask, Mother, please give me my self-realization. Now we release and we remain silent in meditation for a couple of minutes. Complete silence with our attention in the top of our heads, above thoughts. Okay, I guess that's enough for now. Now we raise our hands above our heads and see what we feel above our heads, like 15 centimeters, 20 centimeters, around that area. What do you feel? If anyone wants to share, and we can also decipher.
And it'd be interesting to know if anyone has gotten to feel completely relaxed and that like the mind has cleared out. Also, if anyone has managed to feel some tingling or heat or coolness in the hands or above the head. So that'd be interesting to know. And I'll just share a screen with a little image about how to decode whatever it is that we're feeling as a meaning. It's all logical, and it's nothing, no hocus pocus. So that's why I'm asking if we felt something. Let's just talk a little bit about it. Just a minute.
I just feel peaceful.
Good.
I
Good.
noticed that my stress level did go down.
Excellent. Well, that's the main deal, because when the Kundalini energy gets activated, you do start to feel the peace. And some people might start to feel the hands tingling or some coolness coming out of the hands or inside the hands. There might be there. So sometimes it doesn't appear immediately, especially if there's a little bit of like an obstruction here at the neck chakra, because that controls the feeling in the hand, but you can still feel the peace. That definitely means the Kundalini energy became active.
So, Julian, Tommy says, I felt a little heat above my head and a slight tingle in my face.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this means that the Kundalini energy has become activated, and it's kind of going through the chakras. When it kind of meets any sort of imbalance, it starts to work it out. When it works it out, it heats up a bit. So you can feel it as some heat and tingling. And once it's finished the kind of cleaning process, you can feel relaxed and a certain coolness coming in, a pleasant coolness. You don't feel like ice cold, you feel a pleasant coolness. So just
Kevin says, I felt coolness in my hand.
That's good. That means at this time, because these things can change from moment to moment. So it's at this time you got into balance, and the Kundalini energy activated, and there were no kind of obstructions in its way at this time. That's very good. All you need to do is just enjoy it. Actually, just keep the state. Try to keep that peace, that silence, that kind of focused attention, and try to stay as much as possible in the present moment. So when you feel coolness, there's no more to be done. If you start to feel tingling and you kind of get a clear idea about it's here, then there's some simple techniques we can do just to improve the chakras. One of them is called a foot soak. You just get a bowl, a plastic bowl, washing up bowl, which you'll then use just for that. It's just to clean your energies. You put water. If you're a very active person, you feel heated up, just use a bit of a cool water, not ice cold, but cool, you know? And put some salt in it, because the salt has the power to just suck in all the negative energies. And you just put your feet in there and just leave your hands nicely relaxed and your left palms up, facing upwards. You can use kind of like the photo I used, because that one has a certain vibration, we should say. Like I said, it emits a certain energy, and it's actually, it resonates with our own Kundalini. That's why I kind of use that photo, some other photos, because it kind of emits a pure kind of source of energy. The reason is that the person who taught us, who Alex mentioned about Shimati Devi, was born with the Kundalini energy completely awakened, so she knew all about it. And her photos, that's actually one of her photos, just emits this kind of energy. So that's why we use it. because it works. It's like a catalyst. If it didn't work, we wouldn't use it. Now, these are, you can see here, I'll make it a little bit bigger, you see. So this is like the correspondence between the fingers or this place on the hand where we may feel something and which chakra it is. So the first chakra, here is the left hand, here, sorry, here is the left hand, here is the right. And if you feel like this part of the hand on the left hand side, that's the first chakra, and on the left side. And if you feel both of them, it's on the center side. And if you feel on the right hand, then it's on the right side. So that's kind of what you decode. It could be your right channel, it could be your left channel, it could be both, or the central channel. Yeah. So that's how it is. And then you see all the numbers here. The big finger is like the second chakra, the chakra of creativity and attention. Then the middle finger is the navel chakra. The area here around the palm is called the master's area, you know, the green area. And the heart chakra is like the little finger. The index finger is the neck chakra, and the ring finger is the forehead chakra, or the third eye, the Ajna chakra. And the last chakra, you remember we put the hand like this. Why we did this? It's simple. So you see that this last chakra is represented here on the palm. If you touch this area, just activate it. So that's why. And the right hand is the action. So when you put the left hand in a certain way like we did, and then you work with the right hand, it means you have the desire to get it and you act on it. So as we said, first you have the wish, the desire or curiosity to get something, then you act to get it, and that's how it happens. So all we do is symbolic, but has a very clear logic to it. And that's the kind of decoding. Of course, we'll gladly share this.
Adam
So
said he felt the coolness too.
yeah, I saw.
And as Sebastian says, you may also try with the left hand to try to feel your energy above the head, not only with the right hand. Try with both hands. If there's anyone who would like to share what he or she is feeling in their hands or fingers. For example, Julian, I feel tingling in my middle finger from the left hand. What that might mean?
Okay.
Or what does it mean, actually?
Well, it could mean a lot of things. So if you're married, it's more to do with the relationship with the household and the wife. If you're not, it's to do with your mom. If you've quarreled, you'll feel that. If you sort of kind of have, you're unhappy about something is making you unhappy, you're not satisfied about something, you might feel that there. So that whenever there's a pressure, there's a tension on you, you're kind of still looking your way out of something, then you will feel that. And or it means you kind of need to get into your peace state, peace. That's what it means. You kind of need to work it out, give it a bandhan. Means to rotate your right hand in a clockwise direction around that chakra, because that's how the energy moves around the chakra. And your Kundalini follows your hand once it's activated. It just flows. So you do that, it works out that chakra. Once you start to feel coolness coming out of it, you know, okay, I've done the job, it's enough. And you can stop, just enjoy and let it go. And then, you know, okay, that one's cleared out, it's balanced now. And then you kind of need to look inside to keep it up. You need to introspect a little bit and say, okay, well, what have I been doing? You know, that's working out against myself, against that quality. And what can I do to kind of correct myself? So sometimes you need that, and sometimes you don't. It just works out, and you find yourself, oh, it worked out. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, thank you much. Thank you very much, Bish, as well. And I would like to also ask Anthony. Anthony, do you feel a little bit better? How's that muscle tension?
Yeah, I was noticing tingling on my left hand at 1.
Okay, so that one to clear out, you just keep your left hand palm facing upward. You just nicely relax in your lap, and the right hand you just kind of let it flop next to your body, like as if it were going towards the floor. You don't need to actually touch the floor. You just kind of let it go. Let me show you what I mean. So I'll just turn my camera on. So you see, I've got, it'll look like this. So hang on just a second. Man. So let's say I'm kind of, if I were sitting down, my hand would be nicely, this is my left hand, so palm upwards like this, just leave it here. That means you receive the good energy. And the right hand, you just kind of keep it next to your body like this, as if it were going towards the ground. And this kind of clears out your left channel and also your first chakra on the left hand side. And that is the chakra that looks after your muscles, looks after your bones, looks after your pelvic plexus, which has to do with all the excretory organs, all those sort of things. So it does a lot of things, and you just clear that out. The best way to do it is with the foot soak technique, or with going out, and if you can sit on the grass, on the earth, and just put your hands on the earth, that'll help a lot. That'll go a long way. Or just lie on the earth and just ask the earth, you know what? Please just relax my body, just take away all this pressure, all this tension, all the heat, excessive heat in the body, all the troubles. You just take it away, and it'll take it away. You'll feel a lot lighter when you do that on the earth.
I'll try that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let's say, for example, if you can go to the sea, you just go into the sea, you put your feet there in, it's like a foot soak. So the sea will just clear it out. You just take a stroll on the beach through the water, and you just ask the sea, just, you know, take out all the stress, all the tension, all the troubles. It just clears you out now. Because once you get this connection to your Kundalini, you can actually talk to all these elements in a certain way. You're not like you're talking to it. It's more like you ask for something and it happens. But I won't, I don't have explanations for it. It's more like you do it, and through your direct experience, you get to know what it's all about. Right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, and all the best in the sense that get well. Get well completely. Yeah.
We may also add up that it's a process, right?
Yeah, it's a living process. So like if when anything that grows, let's say a tree, grass, plant, you can't force it to happen. You have to kind of let it happen. Yeah. So about future sessions, Alex.
Yeah, sure. So we have the Discord, right?
Marvelous.
I'll post the link for it in the chat here.
Good.
In the Zoom.
Mm-hmm. Do you want some of the kind of presentations or materials, whatever I've used today? You think anything would be useful? Let me know. I'll send them to you. You can share them with the guys. As I said, just take whatever you need, as much as you can. Just enjoy this, you know, get the most out of it. Is the idea. Yeah. So, now I would like to ask anybody else would like to kind of say something, add something, ask some questions, share, give some feedback, share some stuff. How did that feel? And don't forget, we're all muted. So, now
I'd like to address something, an issue or a situation, a personal situation. Maybe we can help. You can unmute, of course. Maybe someone wants to bring up a trading situation or something that he thinks he's confronting with, or seems to be a bit difficult. I mean, we're not here to mentor you on the trading side, because there are some other guys in here who know this better, but maybe we can give some advice on the mental, emotional side of it, because as we all know, trading is really, as Brad said, it's really, really consuming, as we all know. And feel free, please. Okay. If not, I think we'll wrap it up here.
Okay. Well, I must say it was really nice to be with all of you here today. Thank you, Alex, for the meditation. Thanks to all for sharing. And even without sharing, just being here, it's very, very good for all of us. A very simple way to look at it is like when the Kundalini energy inside of us gets awakened, it's like having a little small light in your hand. The more of us are here, there's more lights around, so the experience is a bit stronger than when we're just by ourselves. So that's why I'm saying I'm really glad that so many of you have come, and it's really great. I wish you get the most out of it, and we're always here for you. For this side, meditation, chilling, getting rid of all the stress and getting all the benefits from this. Yeah, pretty much it. Okay. If you're going to work, have a lovely day and a very productive day. And if you're going off to the house or to pick up your kids, then have the best of days. The rest of the day. And
Thank you for
see you next time.
Thank you for your time, Julian.
Yeah, anytime. I'm always glad to do this.
It was great, and I hope everyone got their benefit out of it. We'll also have, if there's interest, of course, we'll also have some follow-up sessions. And we'll see you there, okay?
All right.
Then,
Alex will be your liaison person. He'll kind of tell us when and what, then we'll chip in.
Maybe you can chip in with us too. in the following sessions, and we'll also have some other friends in.
I'd love to, as long as I'm not on call, we can come. When I'm on call, it's good.
Sure, sure. Okay.
All right.
Good luck. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you all. Have a really good day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Sorry about that. Now we're seeing the market come right down to that 200 SMA here. Fun. So we're getting a little bit of downside, and we can see, we can see that FXS did end up holding. We traded down as we came back down to that 505. That's where we got that bounce. We talked about how the last kind of support was going to be that settle, and it looks like they gave it up. A little bit of responsive buying here off of the 200 SMA. The breadth is still positive, but we've got information technology, communication services, and industrials turning red here. It looks like tech is starting to give up as well. Apple's down almost 1.25. Microsoft 1.5. Google 1.5. Amazon 1.5. Tesla 2.25. Nvidia 4.5. We've got guys just struggling here. Interesting. Off that. And remember, if we start to hang out down here, we have value up here, right? We've got 5 and 6 TPOs, really 4. We'll just call them 4 to this 7. Where's the 4? So up here, right? We have all of this. And then below, if we start to, fill this in, we'll have that kind of overlapping value or a higher value. So value is still higher, and that's important to note, right? Even though we did have this pullback here, it's still important to note that value is forming higher still. Even though the single print's filled, doesn't just mean, okay, let's just get short. The world's falling off. It's important to remain objective and understand that value is still forming forward. So pullbacks are still being bought, right? They haven't given up completely. Hey, Dan. Guess who's back? Who's back? It'll be interesting to see. It looks like a lot of puts are trading on the ask. So a lot of people buying puts and a lot of calls being traded on the bid on a XLF right here. So that would mean that people are selling calls and buying puts. Get XLF real quick. XLF was doing okay today. This is the financial sector that we've been talking about. We're having that little bit of a pullback here. If it didn't fill its single prints here. If it does, it's not going to be great. Coming up to a power hour here pretty soon. Yeah, on the ES, it still looks like people are selling calls and buying puts as well. VIX. VIX is it's down today, but it's still up at 21 here. So there's some stuck shorts here. It looks like down at the 86.50. Yeah, like right below that 200 SMA. There were some people that tried to sell down there and they got stuck. Look for a reoffer 93, 95 area for them to kind of try to come in before the settle and keep selling this thing down. Remember, we are one time framing down now too. F, G, H, I, J, K, right? Even though it's just one tick on the J, we don't count one tick as a cessation of one time frame. You can see today too. Look at the volume, right? Still less than yesterday, and it hasn't been. You had a little bit of a decrease early on in the morning, and that's when those initiated buyers tried to step in to come up to the high. But they, after they were able to fix this, right? Because in D period we had a high volume node right here at 45.11, and as soon as we got up, you had some initiated buyers pop in, but they couldn't get anything going, couldn't break the Globex high, couldn't break the previous day high, and now we're seeing a bit of liquidation later on in the session, and the see even on this way down, the volume has been steadily decreasing, and that is just going to show that this is just pure liquidation. That we're not getting any real liquidation with new selling, not yet at least. Okay, so
No.
we might just get a slow little drift and then close back within. A key thing to watch here too is if we get accepted back in yesterday's value, like we know the 200 SMA is here, so we've got people buying here. This is an opportunity or a responsive spot to buy, right? Looking to buy, especially off that C low, which is the prior day halfback. That's pretty mechanical reference. So if we start to get back down below this 200 SMA and start to spend time, probably give up this reference here. And below that, we do still have a poor low, right? And then really once we get below yesterday's Fed move, as you can see from here is where I have it marked. Once we get below this, that's where I start to get, leaning a lot more bearish going into the rest of the week. We're seeing the tick kind of head down here as far as, the buying in the weighted sectors. Most of the buying is not in the heavily weighted sectors, and that's kind of what's why the market's kind of stalling right here. They're not having any additional support to take it on up. I should be able to hear now. Can you guys hear me in the Zoom?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There we go. Okay, now we're chilling. Ding dong. And so if we start to spend the time below this 200 SMA, let's see, what do we got? It's 11:48, so we've got 12 minutes till the next bar opens up, and we give this up, especially if this halfback gets taken. I would say that this is probably a weak low that I mean, it's a poor low obviously, but probably going to be taken down. And you can see the volume that came in early on. So there was some people that were interested in shorting here, but just not enough to counter the opportune buying. And then below, I mean, if really once we get past that point of control, the target just becomes that value area low from the previous day, which is that 45.50, right? Very mechanical, 45.51, 45.50, very mechanical level. And then this 4.444. And I can drag this chart over so we can look at this. This is on a 30-minute daily. So on the daily, right, we have this prior 3-day balance here. And we're developing another 3-day balance here. And the market can easily just continue to balance in this area, right? It's 100% possible. And not even surprising. The key is to pay attention to this balance range, right? And if there is acceptance below it. So even if we do break this low, still have this low here, and entering this previous bar's value, if it gets rejected and gets back above this 4.444, we'll know we got to be careful with any shorts, right? But if we start to spend time down here, then we start looking for the next area of balance, and most recently was this balance down here, right? You could probably draw a little balance here, so maybe to the middle of the range, but it seems this area acted as resistance before, so we'll see if it's able to act as support if we come down there. To the opposite side, if we break to the upside, we had kind of this little 4-day balance here, so we'll look for that. And then we know we have our diagonal resistance coming down off of this previous high. This 45.86 is really the level I'd like to see buyers be able to get above and hold, even if it's just a little bit of this and it takes a while to break that high, or even if it just gets above and starts to hang out up here for the upside, because I mean, buyers are just struggling here, right? They're just not having the greatest time today. I traded well today. Yeah. I traded like 58 points or something. I took added in some track, but 4 lots from the 72 when the market came down here this morning, and then ended up holding some of them to the fingerprints is where I cut most of them, and then I think I covered one like right below 45 and right above 45. And then I took a short earlier from 14. I took 4 lots short at 45, 14 quarter, 50, 50, 50. Closed them all at 4,500. Well, one at 45 or 175, and then one at 45 quarter, one at 45. So watch this 98 level. This is the level to see if they re-offer it, right? This is area to see where they try to sell it back down. It's the previous day's high and the settle right here. Big offer there. See if they can get out of it. They're stuck. Sellers are stuck at the 98.50. So buyers stepped up big right there and absorbed over on this right below this previous day's high. Let's see. You want to see if it can stay, right? It's kind of been a little impulse there. What's going to tell us that it has an opportunity to go up, or anything that was going to convince me, is it's going to have to break this J high, right? But until it breaks that J high, I won't be convinced of any upside. This is kind of that no-go zone where I really don't want to be. I mean, there's some opportunity here to fade back down to the settle, but there's a lot of buyers here, and we just saw buyers step up. So I really don't want to be getting into this. You know, the chances of them taking this high, this low volume, you know, makes sense, and I don't want to kind of trade against that. And I don't really want to be getting involved in here at all. I'd actually like to wait to see if this C low gets broken, and might try, if we get this K low to break, to try to trade it to this C low at below. Yeah, so watch this 98.50 on this. See if buyers step up again. If they don't, you could be in for the push down here. They're doing their best here. Sellers trying to move down back to that 98.50, knocking on the door. Absorbed. Back down. Buyers look to be moving off here. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a liquidation into the end of the day, just because it is Friday. So I don't think anybody wants to take anything over the weekend at all right now because of all the geopolitical issues, all the possibility of bad news. Even though the VIX is low, even though the well, actually oil kind of started coming up. Oil's up 2% today, so that's not great. Might be why the market's facing a little bit of issues, but the VIX is not coming up, so they're not really scared of it. There it goes. So 5, they re-offer, rebid. 6/4 actually. There's a lot of selling trying right here. There's a bid right, or offer getting lifted right there. Seller's still looking kind of weak though, but a little bit of a back and forth. It's interesting today just because there's not a lot of volume, and so in order for the or in order for some of this downside to be taken without this liquidation, right? Because we know that this was most likely just a liquidation push. It's going to take some supply. That means a bigger trader is going to have to come and initiate at the bottom of this spot, right? We got 1 minute until the next bar opens up as well, so. Well, L high is mechanical right on the settle. L low is mechanical right on that G half back. Offer starting to come in here. See if we get a liquidate. There's a tweet from Elon saying that Tesla is going to get into mining, like mineral mining, to get their own lithium and stuff like that they need for their batteries because the cost of all the materials are so expensive right now. Crazy. Yeah, this thing's about to spill, guys. It looks like seller or buyers just got trapped right there. As long as they can keep holding it below the 99, that's 4,500. It looks like that 200 SMA is coming back. Buyers are trying to absorb this 95 here. Okay, there's some buyers stepping up. There goes the low. So if we get some selling here, it will probably go down and try to test that 200 SMA again. See if those guys are really about that buying life over the weekend. But I won't be surprised. I mean, we closed just below it 2 days ago. We closed just above it yesterday. Imagine we closed right at it today. You know, shocking. So they're just slowly coming down here and just selling this thing. So they sold the 98, they sold the 95. They're starting to sell it here again on the 93. They're selling it in little 2 points increments. Yeah. They're refilling that bid right there. They give up the 90 level. You're seeing a lot of lots fill on the 90, that 250. That'll be an interesting spot to see how this trades here. Remember, we've only got about 50 minutes left in the day, so might see some order, chaos at the very end of the day as people get out of positions going into the weekend. That big bid sitting down at the 90 is kind of scaring price up right now. People don't want to go down there and pay that. Is what it looks like. So that bid is still sitting on the 90. It's still kind of holding the market up right now. Seeing another bid start to form on the 91. Trades here. 145 lots on the 91. Buyers still stepping up. Watch this 91. Ooh. Someone just stacking bids. Oh, someone's chasing price away. Here they go. They got filled. Damn, that was crazy. There was a big buyer that just stepped into the market to run price up right there. Saw how fast it moved. It was just getting chased. Bids are starting to step up here. Watch this 98. That was a big level that this is where sellers got short from last time, 98. Volume was that book got gobbled up. It sure did. It was a big order. It was like 700 lots all of a sudden, and it just started fucking chasing price up until it got satisfied. So back below that 95, we kind of looked up to see if we could, get any buying off the settle. Definitely some buying still. Good buying coming in to win the weighted sectors right here too. Our Fang real quick. See Nvidia come back, right? Nvidia was down like 4%. Nvidia is still down like 3.5%. I don't know what this thing's talking about. XLV is healthcare, XLF financials. Everything's getting a kind of a little boost. Even XLK, that's the technology sector, the big guys where Apple's at. So it takes that top of K, gets sold off of J. So now we have a really weak reference point, right? A point where we're definitely going to have to pay attention if we come back up here. You can see where sellers are active, responsive selling, right? We take the point of control, measure up to 2 TPOs, take the point of control, measure down to 2 TPOs, right? A little bit wider on the bottom, which is telling us that responsive buyers are being a little bit more active, right? But as we get up here, we need initiated buyers to come in to continue getting price up, right? Same thing here with these responsive sellers. These responsive sellers are just waiting for it to come back to value and selling it again. $98 is the spot where they offered it last time. Let's see if they can get some initiated buying up here. They need to get really above that 01. 1.5. Nothing yet. It looks like buyers are stepping up right here to me. But they just can't get any. You got somebody just holding the 99 here. Someone's absorbing on the 99, like all of it. Oh, there they go. Still there. Yeah, watch this 99 level. It might be the same person, right? We have short-term time frame traders selling off of these references, right? They were selling up here off that 90, what do we say, 98.50. You know, don't be surprised if they turn around and start buying it. That could be the buying that we're seeing right here, right? Short covering. Only way really to tell is if we start to get back below that 98.50. But for now, it looks like buyers are stepping up and absorbing this. Next level up, 0750. Right, that was that previous spike low. Yeah. So it's already taken the stop, so we know we have a little cessation of one time framing here. What you're looking for is continuation. Like I said, we need, or the market needs, I'm not in a trade, so I don't know what happens for me, but the market needs initiated buyers to step up to push this thing up. If they don't step in, then it's not going to happen. The absorption on the book at a big short closing. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Double R. Could have just been him just getting everything out and just being done. It's the weekend. And that's what I'm saying. the way we're going to know right here, we're getting back to that 98.50. If we start getting back below that 98.50, that's how we'll know for sure. There it goes. Liquidation there. Yeah, a little bit of support here from like 95 to 93. Watch this 98.50. Here it is again. Look for a reoffer. If they don't reoffer it, then price can just keep going up. But if they reoffer it, they'll just keep hammering it down from here. This is where they've been trying to hammer it down from like all day. I don't know. I have a feeling it's just gonna fucking drop like a stone for some reason. I don't know why. This looks like everything's. It's really just 50-50, I guess. Like it's just. I don't think there's any real conviction. It's just a more of a gut feeling, I guess, than anything. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly, Douglas. Yeah. They should. Because you have traders that just trade trends, right? You have traders that are literally looking for bars to start one time frame, and they're like, I need to get in that, and they just momentum trade. And so they're just sitting over here, momentum, right? Even the same thing. We had responsive shorts up here, and you're looking for initiating shorts back into yesterday's value. This is the yesterday's value area high. You're going to need initiating shorts to start sinking back into value to basically get these stops out of the way, right? Or you need somebody to get those stops out of the way so they can continue with the price downside. If they can't get that, then the opportunity for them is just not going to be there. And on a day like today where there's just such low volume, it's such a difficult kind of a difficult spot really to identify, I guess, really. Amazon's down at the low now too. Apple's almost back down to 1%. Amazon's 1.5%. Tesla's 2.25%. Nvidia's back down under 4%. You're seeing this 95 get sold again. I want to mess with it so bad, but I'm just not gonna. It's too late in the day to try to get anything crazy. I do like to watch the end though. It is easier, yeah, but it's also more risky too because you know you have other big players that are also looking to play against other big players. You know what I mean? A big player shows up to the game and sees a bunch of, bunch of D League players. They're like, I'm not playing with these guys. Right? But then they look across the court and they see LeBron. They're like, oh, okay, I can get some games in. Right? And they start getting some games. And so it's a difficult situation, and it's a lot of times why sellers try to hide their positions. Big players will try to hide their positions. It just looks like the market wants to take a bath here. It just looks weak to me. This is why I'm not placing any bets on it going 50 minutes into the or 30 minutes into the last day of the week. And then remember, next week is a short week. There's no market on Friday. So it's just Monday through Thursday, so that'll be an interesting week as well. Seeing them resell that 98.50 again. It's just weak. The sellers out here are kind of weak. I don't think anyone wants to hold any positions really at all over the weekend. April normally is a better month for the market though. Just looks like a lot of selling's coming in right here. Right below that 90. 18 contracts traded on that low. Little absorption. People front running that 200. What ways do they hide their? It's just, I mean, I don't want to give you an answer because I don't know the exact answer, right? I've never worked on the floor to know what they do to hide their size. And a lot of times they really don't, they're really not worried about hiding their size when they come to play a lot of times. I mean, it was just kind of like this day here, right? We saw a big buyer here. This thing came down and went straight back up for the most part, right? It hung out and then straight back up. That's a big buyer, right? This is 10 points here. Right? Imagine the amount of orders it is. He just liked that order, boom, price moved back up. Where'd it go the next day? Back up. Next time it came down here, what do? He bought it again and it just traded back up. So they're not really when they like the opportunity to buy, then they can just then they just do. You know what I mean? They don't try to hide. But a lot of times, like on a day like today, when this thing started moving up, if he liked this spot right underneath the 200, he was going to have to pay more because of the velocity or the tempo that was moving the price up, right? So he would have, instead of being able to capture a 10-point range, he might have had a 25-point range. And most of the time, at least from, oh, hang on one second. Hello? Hey. Okay, let's just put 36 for that one. Each. As long as he's covered for it, that's good. I don't. He should know. He should have all that stuff in there. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know about Disneyland yet. That the base hasn't called me back, and the person wasn't in the office to go there, so the Air Force, because I only have Air Force bases near me, so they probably just fucking took like, oh, COVID, take the next 5 years off just to be safe. I'm just kidding. Shout out to my Air Force people. Yeah, there is a lot of algorithms that trigger certain things, but most of those algorithms are not set up to be buying into a position. Not really buying into a position. That most of the time those algos are set up to hedge. They're they're not smart. Right? Those algorithms are not smart. The AI level when it comes to the market and understanding human, because they have to understand human emotion, and computers just aren't capable of that yet. And so they're all off of if this then that. Yeah, they might include like if it's fucking raining and it's Tuesday in April, then I need to sell the market, right? There could be some crazy algorithms like that, but most of them are just responsive algorithms that are hedging against other positions. If this happens, then they do that. Things like that. A lot of volume came up there above that 4,500. Makes me nervous about the short side. Could just be absorbed. It looks like most of it was on the bid. Little offer stepping down here, or yes, offer stepping down to sell the bid. There they go back down to that 95. See if they can get busy back again at this 95. This area they tried it earlier and then weren't able to hold much under it. What's up, Tommy? Did you want to go over that Excel still? Or do you want to just save it for Monday? Pretty volatile for a Friday. I don't know. We didn't really move much. It's pretty much just an inside day, man. Like you see the the previous days here. Inside, really. We're waiting for some food to come. What'd you get? Didn't get below this 100. This thing could really spill. Watching the 90 level again. Remember, that's where that big order was sitting at last time, the 90. Go some Thai food, nice. Elon Musk said theoretically it would be possible to concert the entire U.S. vehicle fleet to electric using only the lithium in Nevada. No, I think what happens is a lot of times those the way those websites are designed is the way that they fill orders is they fill them like that on purpose to collect the most commission. So if it might be a large order and it might be buying in. I don't know if it's algo or not. Um, I don't know how much algos are on Bitcoin because there's not. I mean, there's not really like a correlation or a negative correlation with it yet. You know what I mean? There's not now. You're starting to get a lot of volume down here at this 90. Let's see if this order trades here. Got 94 of them off last time. See if this seller's moved down to start selling the 90. Yeah, I think so. I think they do. And it depends on how they can fill it too, right? So you have to have the liquidity on the opposite side to fill it. So if you're like, let's say you're looking to fill like a 100,000, right? And there's only 21K here. He could fill 21K of it, and then maybe an offer moves straight down to fill this spot back in. Then he just fills another 21K. Another offer moves down. He fills another 20K, right? And he just does that over and over. That could be what's happening as well. It'd be cool to see how someone would trade with 100K. You. It's different. It just depends on liquidity of markets. I mean, that dude Ross on YouTube, he probably trades with over 1 million every day, I'm sure. Close to it. Yeah, I don't know. We saw some big orders on Bitcoin over the week last week. There was some supposed somebody bought like $48 million worth of Bitcoin. But that's the thing is like, so you get these, the way that a larger term trader like that or longer term trader like that is going to trade is they're going to be buying responsibly, right? So maybe they buy some here, and if it runs up, then it runs up, right? They have determined spots where they're going to start accumulating these positions. They have predetermined stop losses and they have predetermined take profits. If they're not able to fill 100% of what the position that they want to get, they're not worried about that as it goes up because they're already looking to take profit. And what they'll do is if it does come back down and hold support, or they get another opportunity to buy responsively, then they'll just buy again and wait for that. And that's how I'm kind of trying to teach you guys, is to try to get on board with them, like to notice when they're starting to get active, and let's ride their wave. They're not. I mean, not. I mean, yeah. A lot of times they do mark it in. I mean, they're just waiting in a certain spot. You know what I mean? They're just waiting there to get filled. And let's say if they have the opportunity, sometimes let's say it's 100 lots or something like that, and some orders come down, they fill a couple, right? And then some orders come down, they might just start grabbing them up. If they're ready to get filled, they might just grab them all up. Might run the book, grab them all up, or they might just sit down here patiently until someone gets close, and then like boom, got them, right? And that's why you hear so many retail traders saying they sold the bottom, is because they put out a bid and then all of a sudden they get filled and they're like, "Ooh, okay." And then the guy above them gets filled, and the guy above them gets filled, the guy above them gets filled, and it's all at an advantageous spot for a responsive buyer, but they're not paying attention to that. They're more just paying attention to the price, right? And price is going down, so they want to sell it. Because they lack the understanding of auction. Right? Because in reality, big money is buying stuff, right? So let's say big money is accumulating. They decided they want to accumulate from 44,000, let's say, to 43,000. They want to accumulate all of this, right? Or this is where they want to buy. Well, they're going to be buying while people are selling down here. Because the reason that price stops going down is because the selling stops, right? People stop selling. So if you're looking to buy, you need somebody to sell it to you. So you're just buying this all on the way down. Big money, right? When you've got $1 million account, you think about the margin that you get for whatever a normal size account is. Just imagine the margin that these guys are allowed on $1 million account. Holding through this is nothing. You know what I mean? In the big scheme of things. The difference is with something like this, I'm not sure where they go to hedge this bet. Maybe bonds, right? There's not something that's like really negatively correlated with this asset, right? So like something that would, as this goes down, the other thing goes up, right? Kind of like, well, it used to be how the stock market was with bonds. It's just, it's more of a, this is just more of like a full-on risk asset, right? Like in the S&P, if you know the market's not doing too hot, let's say, and let's say you took this long position in Apple, but it's not doing well, well, you can go over here and just start buying energy because energy's been going up, so energy's strong, right? And that's going to kind of hedge against that bet. All right, Trent, we'll see you later. Have a good weekend. Thank you. The course is coming good. Just takes, it's taking time to get everything out. I had a lot of people that want to do another live one. Try that once I get set up over on the East Coast. Here we go. We got about 12 minutes left. Let's see if they're going to go for it. See if we get this late day liquidation that we've been waiting for all day. That big bid that was sitting on the 90s gone now. Watch the 87.50, 87 level where the 200's at. Am I gonna do 100K trade in Bitcoin or what? I've traded over 100K worth of Bitcoin before. In like a single trade. Not like profit, just like total like position size. So there's that 87, strong response off the 200. We've got 10 minutes left. You're seeing a bunch of inventory correction here at the end of the day. Looks like we are going to get that liquidation mark finally. I'm watching the VIX here. Catching it. VIX is coming up here too. The VIX kind of gapped up here. After halfback gives, we should go fix that poor low. You put in 850, but the times it by the margin and stuff, like your position size. But in reality, like, I mean, it's not well, the VIX is really pumping here, guys. Buyers step up at the 80. They bought that half back again. Mechanical low, right? We know we have sellers down here. We just are seeing a little bit of short covering before they try to take that low. There's a big bid stepping up on the 80 though here, and then another one on the 79. But it looks like price is going to trade right through it, to be honest. They're stepping up to the 81. We got some sellers starting to get trapped here. The big bid hit 81.50. A lot of shorts covering here. Nobody wants to hold a position over the weekend. They just wanted to fix that spot. They didn't even get a chance. Yeah, 16K. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty damn decent amount. You know what I mean? Didn't know what a stop loss was. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of times when you see those guys online too, like posting those videos, I traded, this much money or whatever. It's like, I don't know. I trust stuff like that. We got a little short covering there. As people got near this halfback, they started a short cover. You started to get some people that are buying off of halfback mechanically. We are seeing volume follow us down here, right? And on that little short covering, we didn't see much volume come in. So most of it was short covering. Here it comes again. What do you got? 6 minutes left. Oh. I want to watch the end. How to pump started. The VIX popped up to 2148. Now at 2142. This 80 has 300 lots sitting on it now. That'll do it. That's all it takes sometimes. Just you know, right. Every time they get close to that 80, it just pops back up. Now there's some orders building on the 81. And it looks like, I mean, it looks like, well, it doesn't look like, I know there's stops. That's everyone's kind of, I think everyone's mostly putting their daily stops here. Anyone that's still long from the morning, this is probably where their stop is at. A lot of people probably got long from here. So probably the last bit of their stop for the end of the day. Come on. Order moved down to 79. All those. And the only reason this thing's not dropping like a stone is because they have to buy to get out of their position. So someone's got to take these orders on. That's where the dealers come in. Big order steps up to the 80. So this guy wants to get out, I think. He's done. Yeah, he just moved out. He moved away again. He's trying to chase price here. So it does look like short covering. This is when it can become really dangerous too, because this something like this can cause this is what causes a short covering rally. Everyone starts to get nervous. Yeah, that's the whole point of a casino right there, Double R. Longer they can get you to stay, the better their odds. Hello? Hey. Hi. Yeah. Oh, the banana carbs are 27 carbs. Okay. Um, how many pieces did he have? Okay, let's just put all those at 27 then, and then go from there. Right. Okay, that's good. And can you make sure he's in exercise mode? Bye. Okay, thanks. Bye. Bye. ATUL, what is that? What does that mean? Do you do this, brother? Yeah, this is what I do. I teach this. That's what that means. Do you do this? I do this. I teach this. So right there on the bottom, guys, what we saw was basically, you know, them. That's where all those buy stops were at. People buying kind of everything back for the end of the day, and then the last bit of buyers selling. So the last bit of buyers closed as the people bought the stops, and then all of the other shorts also closed. So we had a kind of a wash for a second, and then the short covering started. We didn't, I mean, not much upside from this half back, but looks like we ended up closing just right at that 87. You know, so what a shocker. We closed below it 2 days ago. We closed above it the day yesterday, and today we closed right on it. Doesn't get better than that. But yeah, that is pretty much it. If you are interested in getting more information, definitely join our Discord. For all of our newer members that are joining right now, that get the link from me, you eventually, well, you just, if you hit me up in the Discord, I can give you access to a pre-recorded boot camp, and you can check it out. See if it's something that kind of grabs your interest. But other than that, everyone have a wonderful weekend. If you do trade over the weekend, make sure that you are managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. But other than that, you know, enjoy. Take some time off of the charts and have some fun. Do you think that trading is a bit like poker in the casino? Still a gamble? Oh, it's not a bit like that. A lot like that. That's why I don't really consider poker gambling. I really just consider poker risk management. You know what I mean? The difference is the difference is if you compare the market, and I always like to do this, is I compare it to blackjack, but nothing, opium, just join. Better not to charge, waste of time. There's just no need, right? Just trying to share the information with people that want to learn, and you're here all the time, so jump in the Discord, and do the link right here. I'll give you that access. There it is. But the way I like to explain it is kind of like blackjack, right? So imagine if you're playing blackjack here, but instead of, and you're playing blackjack with one deck, and you get to see all the cards, right? And it'd be the same thing in poker, right? Imagine you're sitting at a poker table, and you're playing your cards here. Oh, no problem, Clipper. And this guy's playing his cards, but imagine if you could see his cards, and you could see all these cards, and you could see all the cards that everybody threw away too, right? But there's still these cards here that are unknown, because these are the cards that haven't flipped over yet. So you don't know what these cards are. So you're using your probabilities. Maybe you have pocket aces, and there's an ace on here, and based off of the cards that got thrown away already, you can just assume what this person might be holding. It's all probabilities, really. That's why I think that book, Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke, is such a good book. Oops. Right here, Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke. It's on Audible too, so you can just jump on there and listen to it. It's a really good book, and it can really put it into perspective, and it really makes it a little bit easier to understand the concept of it. When you don't have any experience with the market or if you've played poker before, it just makes it easier to transition to something that you know. You know what I mean? But yeah, other than that, you guys have a wonderful weekend. Gonna be out in the Bay Area this weekend. Teach my little brother how to be a contributing member to society. Hopefully you guys enjoy. If you need anything, just hit me up in the Discord, and I will catch you guys later.